Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Blue. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry used Wandless magic to lock the Dursleys in the cupboard and took over their household? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Door. The thing about being hit is that you learn to see it coming. Not in some mystical, slow-motion way, nothing like that. You just learn the signs. The way Vernon's neck goes red before his face does. The way his breathing changes, gets heavier through his nose, like a bull working itself up. The way his right hand opens and closes at his side, fingers flexing, rehearsing. Harry had catalogued every tell by the time he was 6. By 8, he could predict within about 3 seconds when the first blow would land. Knowing didn't help you dodge. That was the thing nobody told you about living with people who hated you. Knowing what was coming didn't change anything. It just meant you had 3 seconds to decide how to fall. Tonight, Harry hadn't fallen right. He was in the cupboard. His cupboard. The lock had clicked shut 40 minutes ago, he'd counted, and the house above him had gone through its usual post-punishment routine. Vernon's heavy footsteps to the kitchen, the hiss-crack of a beer can opening. Petunia's heels clicking nervously in the hallway, then retreating upstairs. The television coming on, loud, some football match, because Vernon always watched football after he hit Harry, like he needed to remind himself he was a normal man who did normal things. Harry lay on his side on the thin mattress, knees drawn up because the cupboard wasn't big enough to stretch out anymore. He'd grown 3 inches this year. Not that anyone had noticed or cared, and he pressed his fingers gently against his ribs on the left side. The pain was a bright, clean thing, sharp when he breathed in. Bruised, probably. Maybe cracked. He'd had cracked ribs before, when he was 7, and the pain had the same quality to it. Like a hot wire threaded between the bones. The reason was Dudley's birthday. It was always something to do with Dudley. They'd gone to the zoo, Harry dragged along because Mrs. Fig had broken her leg and couldn't take him, and Petunia refused to leave him alone in the house. The zoo had been fine, actually. Better than fine. Harry had liked the reptile house, the cool dark of it, the way the snakes moved behind glass like living water. He'd stood in front of the boa constrictor enclosure for a long time, and the snake had looked at him, really looked at him, with those flat amber eyes, and Harry could have sworn it understood when he whispered that he knew what it felt like to be trapped behind glass while people gawked at you. Then the glass vanished. He hadn't meant to do it. Or maybe he had. The line between wanting something and making it happen had always been blurry for Harry, and it was getting blurrier. The glass just wasn't there anymore, and the boa constrictor was sliding out across the floor, and people were screaming, and Dudley, who'd shoved Harry aside to press his fat face against the glass moments earlier, fell into the enclosure with a splash. The ride home had been silent. The dangerous kind of silent. Vernon's hands white on the steering wheel, his neck already going red. Petunia in the passenger seat with her lips pressed so thin they disappeared. Dudley sniffling in the back, damp and dramatic, shooting Harry looks of pure venom. Harry had known what was coming. He'd had the whole car ride to prepare. It hadn't helped. Vernon had waited until they were inside, until the door was closed, because Vernon Dursley was a man who cared deeply about what the neighbors thought. Then he'd grabbed Harry by the collar and hit him twice in the ribs, once in the stomach, shoved him into the cupboard, and slammed the door so hard the whole staircase shook. "You freak," he'd said through the door, his voice wet and trembling with rage. "You absolute freak. If I hear one sound from you tonight, one sound, I'll make sure you don't make sounds for a week." That had been 40 minutes ago. 41 now. Harry lay in the dark and breathed carefully around the pain in his ribs and thought about the glass. He thought about it very clearly, very specifically, because he'd learned that thinking clearly was the one thing no one could take from you. They could take food. He'd gone 2 days without meals before, as punishment for some invented infraction. They could take light, the cupboard had no window, and the bulb had burned out months ago and no one had replaced it. They could take comfort, space, warmth, anything that made you feel human. but they couldn't reach inside your skull and stop you from thinking. The glass had vanished because he wanted it to vanish. Not because he'd wished or hoped or prayed. Harry had given up on all three of those by age 5. Because he'd wanted it. There was a difference. Wishing was weak, passive, a beggar's act. Wanting was a direction. A push. He'd looked at that glass and felt the snake's misery like an echo of his own, and he'd wanted the barrier gone, and some force inside him had reached out and made it so. This was not the first time. There was the time his hair grew back overnight after Petunia had shaved it nearly bald, trying to hide the mess of it. There was the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, one moment running across the yard, the next standing on the rooftop, the wind in his face, looking down at 5 confused boys. There was the time Petunia had tried to force him into one of Dudley's revolting old jumpers, and the thing had shrunk as she pulled it over his head until it was small enough for a doll. Every time, the Dursleys had reacted the same way. Fury. Terror. Punishment. Vernon called it freakishness and tried to beat it out of him. Petunia called it your mother's curse and sealed her lips into that thin white line and refused to say more. But Harry had been watching. Harry had been paying attention. Because here was the thing the Dursleys didn't understand, the thing that Vernon especially didn't understand, because Vernon Dursley had never had a curious thought in his life: you can't punish something out of existence. You can only punish it underground. And underground, in the dark, with nothing to do but think, Harry had been mapping the shape of the thing inside him for years. It wasn't random. That was the first thing he'd figured out. The incidents weren't accidents, weren't chaotic misfires. They had a logic. Strong emotion triggered them, fear, anger, desperation, but the result always matched what he needed. Needed to escape, rooftop. Needed to resist, shrinking jumper. Needed the glass gone, glass gone. Whatever this force was, it was responsive. It listened. It was, in some way he couldn't fully articulate, his. The second thing he'd figured out, and this was the important part, the part he'd been working on in secret for months, was that he didn't need the strong emotion to make it work. It had started small. Lying in the cupboard at night, he'd focus on the dust motes floating in the sliver of light under the door, and he'd try to move one. Just one. Not with anger or fear or desperation, but with simple, clear intent. Like flexing a muscle he'd never used before. The first time it worked, the first time a dust mote changed direction because he told it to, he'd felt something slot into place inside his chest, like a key turning in a lock he'd been born with. After that, he practiced every night. He could move small objects now without touching them. He could make the lock on the cupboard door click, not open, not yet, but click, like it was thinking about it. He could make the spiders that shared his cupboard walk in circles or climb up the wall. Once, concentrating so hard he gave himself a headache that lasted 2 days, he'd made the burned-out light bulb glow. Nobody knew. Not the Dursleys, not anyone. This was his secret, his weapon in progress, and he'd been patient. So patient. Because patience was another thing you learned in a cupboard. You learned to wait. You learned to let the rage sit inside you like a coal, not burning, just warm, just ready. But tonight, lying in the dark with his ribs singing with pain and the sound of Vernon's football match thumping through the floor above him, Harry wondered what exactly he was waiting for. He was almost 10. He'd lived in this house for nearly 9 years. 9 years of scraps and hand-me-downs and don't ask questions, and sleeping in a space smaller than Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley had a second bedroom, just for his broken toys, while Harry slept among the spiders and the dust and the coats that smelled of Petunia's cheap perfume. 9 years of cooking their breakfasts and weeding their garden and being invisible when company came and being a punching bag when company left. And for what? What was he waiting for? Someone to rescue him. He'd stopped believing in that when he was 6. Some magical threshold where his powers would suddenly be enough. Enough for what? He could move objects. He could make locks click. How much more did he need? Harry pressed his fingers against his ribs again. The pain pulsed. He thought about Vernon's hand, the meaty weight of it. He thought about the cupboard door and the lock on the outside that kept him caged. And then he thought, no more. It wasn't dramatic. There was no lightning bolt, no surge of power, no cinematic moment of transformation. It was just a decision. Clean and cold and absolute, the way a bone breaks. 1 second he was a boy lying in the dark waiting. The next second he was done waiting. Harry sat up. His ribs protested and he ignored them. He put his hand flat against the cupboard door, the inside, the side he'd pressed his face against 1,000 times, listening to the family that wasn't his family live the life he wasn't allowed to have, and he focused. Not with anger. Not with desperation. With intent. The lock clicked. Not the tentative, uncertain click he'd been managing for months. A decisive, mechanical snap, the bolt sliding back in its housing like it had been asked politely and had agreed. The door swung open. Harry stood up, stooping a little because the cupboard ceiling was too low, and stepped out into the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive. The house was dim. Evening light came through the frosted glass panel beside the front door, painting everything amber and gray. The stairs rose to his left, coats hanging on the rail. The hallway stretched ahead to the kitchen. To his right, the living room door was open, and through it came the blue flicker of the television and the sound of Vernon commentating at the football match through a mouthful of crisps. Harry stood very still and let the feeling wash through him. He was out. He was out, and no one had let him out. He'd let himself out. For a long moment, he just breathed. The air in the hallway was different from the air in the cupboard. It moved. It didn't taste like dust and old coats. It tasted like freedom, and that was such a stupid, cliché thing to think that Harry almost smiled. Then he walked toward the living room. Vernon was in his armchair, the big one, the one that sagged under his weight, the one no one else was allowed to sit in. He had a can of lager in one hand and the remote in the other, and his eyes were on the screen. He hadn't heard the cupboard open. Why would he? The lock was on the outside. The freak was contained. Everything was as it should be in Vernon Dursley's world. Harry stepped into the doorway and said, "We need to talk." Vernon's head snapped around. The lager can froze halfway to his mouth. His face went through several expressions in quick succession, confusion, then recognition, then outrage, the red already climbing his neck. "How the hell did you get out?" Vernon set the can down and heaved himself forward in the chair. "I locked that door myself." "If you've broken the lock, boy, I swear to God, sit down," Harry said. Vernon was already standing, and the command, because that's what it was, not a request, caught him mid-rise. His face purpled. "What did you just say to me?" "I said sit down." "You ungrateful little," Vernon started forward. And Harry pushed. Not with his hands. He didn't move at all. He just pushed, the way he'd pushed against the dust motes, the way he'd pushed against the lock, but bigger. So much bigger. The force rolled out of him like a wave, and it caught Vernon in the chest and shoved him back into the armchair so hard the wood frame cracked and the whole thing skidded back 6 inches on the carpet. Vernon sat there, winded, his mouth opening and closing. He looked like a fish that had been dropped on a riverbank. "I said sit down," Harry repeated quietly. "And I'm not going to say things 3 times tonight, so you'd better start listening the first time." The silence that followed was the most satisfying sound Harry had ever heard. Vernon's eyes were wide, the whites showing all the way around. His hands gripped the arms of the chair, knuckles white. He was staring at Harry the way you'd stare at a dog that had suddenly turned on you, not just fear, but a kind of bewildered disbelief, a fundamental restructuring of the universe as he understood it. "Petunia," Vernon said. His voice came out strangled. "Petunia." "Don't bother," Harry said. "We'll get to her in a minute. Right now, it's you and me. I'll call the police, with what? Harry looked at the telephone on the side table. He focused, and the phone slid away from Vernon's reach, across the table, and fell gently off the far edge onto the carpet. You were saying? Vernon's mouth worked. No sound came out. Harry walked into the room and sat down on the sofa across from Vernon. He moved carefully because his ribs still hurt, and he was aware of how he must look, a scrawny almost 10-year-old in oversized clothes 3 sizes too big, bruises darkening on his arms where the sleeves had written up, Harry Disaster. He didn't look like a threat. He looked like what he was, a neglected child. But the thing sitting behind his eyes, the thing that had just thrown a grown man across a room, that wasn't a child. That was something else entirely. Here's what's going to happen, Harry said, and his voice was calm in a way that surprised even him. The coal in his chest wasn't burning. It was just, present. Steady. Ready. I'm going to tell you some things, and you're going to listen. Then I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer them. And then we're going to have a conversation about how things work in this house from now on. Nod if you understand. Vernon didn't nod. He snarled. You listen to me, you little freak. The armchair rose 6 inches off the floor. Vernon yelped, actually yelped, a high, thin sound that Harry had never heard from him before, and grabbed the armrests as the chair hung in the air, his feet dangling. The beer can toppled and spilled across the carpet. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry said, and he meant it. That was important. He'd thought about this, in the dark, in the cupboard, in all those hours and days and years of thinking. He didn't want to become what they were. He didn't want to bully. He just wanted to be free. I've never wanted to hurt anyone in this house. All I've ever wanted is to be treated like a human being. You didn't do that. But I'm not going to do what you did. I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to starve you. I'm not going to lock you in a small dark space and forget about you. He paused. Let the chair hang. Well, he amended. Not for long, anyway. The chair settled back to the floor with a thump. Vernon was breathing hard, his face slick with sweat. What are you? Vernon whispered. I'm your nephew, Harry said. I'm the boy you've kept in a cupboard for 9 years. Beyond that, I'm not sure. But I'm going to find out. Footsteps on the stairs. Petunia appeared in the doorway, drawn by Vernon's shout, still in her dressing gown. She took in the scene, Vernon pale and sweating in his cracked armchair, Harry sitting on the sofa with his hands folded in his lap, the spilled beer, the displaced telephone, and her face went very, very still. Oh, she said softly. Oh, it started. Harry looked at her. What started? Petunia's hand went to the doorframe, gripping it. She didn't answer. Petunia, call the police, Vernon croaked. The boy's gone mad. He's not mad, Petunia said. Her voice was barely a whisper. He's his mother's son. That landed like a stone in still water. Harry felt it ripple through him, anger, curiosity, hunger, and he held all 3 in place and kept his expression neutral. He'd learned that from the cupboard, too. How to keep his face blank. How to give nothing away. Sit down, Aunt Petunia, he said. She sat. Not on the sofa, on the footstool by the door, perched on the edge of it, her knees pressed together, her fingers knotted in her lap. She didn't look at Vernon. She looked at Harry, and there was something in her eyes he'd never seen before. Recognition. You knew, Harry said. You've always known what I can do. I knew you'd be like her, Petunia said. Like Lily. It was, she could do it too, when we were children. Move things. Make flowers open and close. She'd jump off the swings and just float. A tremor passed through her. Mom and Dad thought it was wonderful. I thought, she stopped. You thought it was freakish, Harry finished. Petunia flinched. I thought it was dangerous. Was it? For her. Something passed across Petunia's face. Pain, maybe. Or guilt. Yes, she said. In the end. Yes. Harry filed that away. He had questions, God, he had questions, years of questions, an ocean of questions, but not now. Now was about establishing the ground rules. Now was about making sure that when he went to sleep tonight, it was in a real bed, in a real room, and that the locks on the cupboard door never held him again. I'm going to tell you both how things are going to work, Harry said. Starting tonight. You can't, Vernon began. Harry looked at him, just looked at him, and Vernon's mouth snapped shut like a mousetrap. Starting tonight, Harry repeated, I'm moving into Dudley's second bedroom. That's Dudley's. Dudley doesn't need 2 bedrooms. He barely uses one, he sleeps in yours half the time. The room full of his broken toys is now my room. We can discuss what to do with the toys tomorrow. I don't care if you throw them away or put them in the cupboard. Speaking of which, the cupboard is no longer my living space. I'm a person, not a broom. Petunia's fingers twisted tighter in her lap. Second, Harry continued, I eat when you eat. At the table. The same food. If Dudley gets bacon, I get bacon. If there's dessert, I get dessert. The days of scraps and cold leftovers are finished. You can't just, Vernon was sputtering, the outrage starting to overpower the fear. This is my house. I pay the mortgage. Third, Harry said, and the television behind Vernon switched off with a sharp click. The sudden silence made both adults flinch. You don't hit me again. Ever. Not a slap, not a shove, not a grab. You don't touch me unless I say so. That goes for Dudley too. He stood up from the sofa. His ribs throbbed, but he kept his posture straight, and he let the thing inside him rise just slightly, just enough that the air in the room seemed to thicken, the way it thickened before a thunderstorm. These are not requests, he said. These are the terms. You can agree to them and we can live here together like civilized people, or you can disagree, and I can show you what 9 years of your discipline has motivated me to learn. Your choice. The silence stretched. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked. Outside, a car passed on Privet Drive, headlights sweeping across the curtains and away. You can't do this, Vernon said, but his voice had changed. The bluster was draining out of it, replaced by something hollow. You're a child. You're 9 years old. Almost 10, Harry said. And I've been doing my own cooking since I was tall enough to reach the stove, my own cleaning since I could hold a mop, and raising myself since the day you put me in that cupboard. The only thing that's changing is that now I get to do it in a proper room with proper food and without getting beaten for it. You're getting a better deal than I am. Petunia made a small sound. Harry couldn't tell if it was a gasp or a sob. He chose not to investigate. Now, he said, I'm going to go upstairs and clear out the second bedroom. Tomorrow morning, we'll have breakfast together, and I'll tell you about the rest of the new rules. Tonight, I want you both to think about something. He walked to the doorway. Petunia drew back as he passed, pressing herself against the wall. He paused and looked at her, then at Vernon. I've been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs for 9 years, he said. Locked in. In the dark. I had a lot of time to think in there. An incredible amount of time. And I was never not thinking. So when I tell you that I've planned for this, that I've thought about what happens next, and the thing after that, and the thing after that, believe me. He went upstairs. The second bedroom was exactly as he'd always seen it through the cracked door, a graveyard of Dudley's discarded toys and broken things. A smashed television in one corner. A bicycle with a bent wheel. Stacks of video games with cracked cases. A shelf of books that had never been read, their spines stiff and pristine. The room smelled like dust and neglect, which Harry found bitterly funny. Even the room Dudley didn't use was bigger than Harry's cupboard. Even Dudley's garbage had more space than Harry. He started clearing. Not with his hands, he was tired of doing things the hard way. He stood in the center of the room and moved things. It was harder with the bigger objects. The television made his head pound and his vision blur at the edges, and the bicycle took 3 tries. But the smaller things, the video games, the broken soldiers, the scattered pieces of board games with missing parts, those flew into piles by the door like they were eager to obey. The effort cost him. By the time the room was passably clear, Harry was sweating and his nose was bleeding, just a little, a thin trickle that he wiped away with the back of his hand. There were limits to what he could do. The force inside him was like a muscle, and he'd just sprinted after months of jogging. But the room was clear. The bed, a real bed, a proper single bed with an actual mattress and an actual duvet, was exposed, and Harry sat on its edge and felt the springs give under him and couldn't quite process what that felt like. He'd slept on a thin foam pad in a cupboard for 9 years. This was a bed. A real bed. Harry pressed his hands flat on the duvet and something inside him cracked, just a little, just for a moment. His eyes burned and his throat closed up and he sat there on the edge of Dudley's spare bed and came very, very close to crying for the first time in years. He didn't cry. He breathed through it. He'd learned that, too. After a few minutes, he got up, went to the bathroom, walking past the master bedroom door, behind which he could hear Vernon and Petunia arguing in furious whispers, and washed his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. A thin face looked back. Green eyes behind round glasses that were held together with tape because no one had taken him to get new ones in 3 years. Dark hair that went everywhere, defying all attempts at control. The bruise on his cheekbone from where he'd hit the cupboard wall when Vernon shoved him in. He looked at himself and thought, that's the last bruise they ever give me. He went back to his new room, and closed the door. There was no lock on the inside, but he didn't need one. He focused, felt for the mechanism the way he'd felt for the cupboard lock all those months, and sealed it. Not just locked. Sealed. The door wouldn't open for anyone but him until he decided otherwise. Then he lay down on the bed. The real bed, with the real mattress, in the real room, with a window that showed the night sky over Privet Drive, rooftops and stars and the amber glow of streetlights. He slept better than he had in years. Morning came through the window like a revelation. Harry had never woken up to sunlight. The cupboard had no window. His mornings had always begun in darkness, with the sound of Petunia's knuckles rapping on the cupboard door, up. Get up. And the immediate, crushing awareness of where he was and what awaited him. This morning, he woke to a warm stripe of sun across his face and the sound of birds. He lay still for a long time, just feeling it. The warmth. The space. The fact that he could stretch his arms out to both sides and not touch walls. Then he got up, because there was work to do. He found clean clothes in Dudley's wardrobe, everything was enormous, but Harry focused on a t-shirt and watched it shrink. Not much. Just enough to fit him, more or less, without looking like a tent. The effort was minimal, barely a flicker. Small changes were easy. He was beginning to understand the economics of it, the more matter you moved, the more energy it cost. Shrinking fabric was cheap. Throwing a grown man into a chair was expensive. He went downstairs. The house was quiet. No sound from the master bedroom. No sound from Dudley's room, his actual room, the big one at the front of the house. The kitchen was empty, the counters clean, everything in its place. Petunia's kitchen. Petunia's temple. Every surface wiped, every object aligned, a monument to normalcy and control. Harry opened the fridge. He stared at the contents for a long moment: eggs, bacon, sausages, butter, milk, cheese, orange juice, leftover roast beef, a chocolate cake with a slice missing, and felt the familiar clench in his stomach. Not hunger. Rage. All this food, right above his head every night while he lay in the cupboard with his stomach eating itself. He took out eggs, bacon, bread, and butter. He cooked breakfast. He'd been cooking the Dursleys' breakfast since he was 7, Petunia had taught him, standing over him with a spatula, criticizing his technique, making him start over if the bacon wasn't crisp enough, and he was good at it. He'd just never been allowed to eat what he cooked. He fried 6 strips of bacon, scrambled 4 eggs, made toast with real butter, and poured himself a glass of orange juice. He sat down at the kitchen table, in Vernon's chair, the one at the head, the big one, and he ate. He ate slowly. Deliberately. Not because he wasn't hungry, he was ravenous, always, a constant low-grade hunger that he'd stopped noticing years ago because it was just part of being alive, but because this was important. This was a ceremony. He was sitting in Vernon's chair at Vernon's table eating Vernon's food, and he wanted to taste every bite. The bacon was perfect. He'd always been good with bacon. He was halfway through his second piece of toast when he heard them coming down the stairs. Vernon first, heavy and slow. Then Petunia, quick and light. They appeared in the kitchen doorway together, and the sight of Harry sitting in Vernon's chair, eating a full breakfast, drinking orange juice from one of the good glasses, the ones Petunia saved for dinner parties, stopped them like a wall. Vernon's face began its familiar journey toward purple. Petunia put her hand on his arm. "Don't," she said quietly. Vernon looked at her. Something passed between them, a whole conversation in a glance, and the purple receded. Slowly. Like a tide going out. "Sit down," Harry said. "I made enough for everyone." They didn't move. "That wasn't rhetorical," Harry added. "There's eggs in the pan and bacon on the plate. Sit down and eat breakfast with me. Like a family." The word family did something to the room. Harry hadn't meant it as a weapon, but it landed like one. Petunia's eyes glistened. Vernon's jaw clenched so hard Harry could hear his teeth creak. But they sat. Petunia to Harry's left, Vernon across from him, in what was usually Petunia's seat. Neither of them reached for food. "Eat," Harry said. "I'm not going to poison you. I've been cooking your meals for 3 years, if I wanted to poison you, I'd have done it already." It was a joke. Sort of. Petunia didn't seem to find it funny, but she reached for the eggs with a trembling hand. Vernon sat rigid, arms folded, staring at Harry with undiluted loathing. "I won't do it," Vernon said. "I won't sit here and be managed by a child. In my own home. Eating my own food. At my own table. I won't do it." Harry looked at him. He felt almost sorry for the man. Almost. Vernon Dursley's entire identity was built on being in charge of his home, his family, his drill company, and that identity was crumbling in real time, and he had no idea how to exist without it. "Vernon," Harry said, and the use of his first name made Vernon twitch like he'd been slapped. "I understand that this is hard for you. I understand that you're angry and scared and that your whole world has just flipped upside down. I want you to know that I understand that, because I've felt the same way every single day for 9 years." He took a sip of orange juice. "The difference," he continued, "is that when I felt that way, there was no one to help me. No one to tell me it would be okay. No one to feed me or protect me or treat me with basic human kindness. I had to figure it all out on my own. In a cupboard. In the dark." Vernon said nothing. "So here's what I need you to understand. I'm not doing this out of revenge. I don't want revenge. I want a normal life. I want a bedroom and meals and to not be afraid in my own home. That's it. That's all I've ever wanted. And I'm going to have it, starting now, and the only question is whether you're going to make it easy or hard. And if I make it hard?" Vernon's voice was barely controlled. "Then I make it hard back," Harry said simply. "And I'm better at it than you are." The silence that followed was long and full and complicated. Petunia ate her eggs mechanically, not tasting them. Vernon sat with his arms folded, his jaw working. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Dudley appeared in the doorway, still in his pajamas, his blonde hair sticking up on one side. He was rubbing his eyes. He looked at the kitchen table, at his parents sitting in the wrong seats, at Harry sitting in his father's chair, and his slow brain worked through the scene. "Why's he out?" Dudley said, pointing at Harry. "Dad, why's he out? And why's he in your chair? And is that my bacon?" "Sit down, Dudley," Petunia said quickly. "But he's in Dad's, sit down, Dudley." Dudley sat, confused and suspicious, in the remaining chair. He looked at Harry the way he always looked at Harry, with a dull, mean proprietary interest, like Harry was a toy he hadn't decided whether to break yet. "Things are different now, Dudley," Harry said. "What's different?" "Dad, what's he on about?" Vernon said nothing. He was staring at the table. "What's different," Harry said, "is that I'm not your punching bag anymore. Not your servant, not your whipping boy, not the kid you chase around the playground with your mates. That's over. We're going to be, let's call it housemates. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to like each other. But you're going to leave me alone, and I'm going to leave you alone, and everyone's going to be happier." Dudley looked at his father, waiting for the explosion. When it didn't come, something shifted behind his eyes, a flicker of confusion that might have been the first independent thought he'd had in years. "Dad?" Dudley said, his voice smaller now. Vernon looked up. He looked at his son, then at Harry, then back at his son. "Do what he says, Dudley," Vernon said. The words sounded like they were being pulled out of him with pliers. Dudley's mouth dropped open. In his entire life, his father had never told him to defer to anyone, least of all Harry. This was, for Dudley, a seismic event. The ground rules of his entire existence had just been rewritten. Harry poured Dudley a glass of orange juice and slid it across the table. "Eat your breakfast," he said. Not unkindly. They ate in silence. It was the strangest meal Harry had ever been part of, and he'd been part of some strange meals, or rather, he'd cooked some strange meals and then not been allowed to eat them. 4 people sitting at a table in a suburban kitchen on a Saturday morning, eating bacon and eggs, and not one of them knowing what to say. Harry finished first. He put his plate in the sink, washed it, too, out of habit, and turned back to the table. "I'm going to go outside for a walk," he said. "I want to see the neighborhood when I'm not being chased through it or dragged along on errands. When I get back, we'll talk more. Petunia," he looked at his aunt. "I have questions about my mother. You're going to answer them. Not today. But soon. And honestly." Petunia went very white. But she nodded, once, a tight jerk of the head. Harry walked out of the kitchen, down the hallway, and opened the front door of number 4 Privet Drive. He stepped outside into the morning. It was early June, and Surrey was putting on a show. The sky was blue and cloudless, the air was warm and smelled of cut grass and someone's roses, and Privet Drive lay before him in all its manicured, identical, mind-numbingly boring glory. Every house the same. Every lawn trimmed to the same height. Every car washed, every hedge squared, every life contained in its proper box. Harry walked down the front path, opened the gate, and stood on the pavement. He'd walked this street 1,000 times. To school, from school, to the shops for Petunia, running from Dudley, trudging to Mrs. Figg's house to sit among her cats and look at photographs of more cats. He knew every crack in the pavement, every fence post, every garden gnome. But this morning, it was different. This morning, he wasn't walking it as a prisoner on a leash. He was walking it as someone who had a room and a full stomach and the knowledge that nobody was going to hit him when he got home. He walked slowly, with his hands in his pockets, the 2 big pockets of Dudley's old trousers, which he'd have to shrink later, and he let himself just exist. In the sunlight. In the open air. Without fear. It was extraordinary. The most ordinary thing in the world, and it was extraordinary. He passed number 6, where the Hendersons lived, their garden slightly wilder than the Privet Drive average, the only house with a tree that hadn't been pruned into a geometric shape. He passed number 8, where old Mr. Patterson washed his car every Sunday morning without fail, rain or shine. He passed number 10, Harry Potter. He stopped. The voice came from behind a low garden wall, and when he turned, he saw Mrs. Figg standing at her gate. Arabella Figg, batty old Mrs. Figg, the cat lady, the last resort babysitter. She was wearing a housecoat and slippers and holding a watering can, and she was looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite parse. Surprise, yes. Concern, yes. But something else, too. Something watchful. Morning, Mrs. Figg, Harry said. Good morning, dear. You're out early. She set the watering can down. Are you all right? There was something in the way she asked it. Not the standard, reflexive, are you all right, that adults threw around like pocket change. She was actually asking. Her eyes were on his face, on the bruise on his cheekbone, and they were sharp. Sharper than he'd ever noticed. I'm fine, Harry said. Better than fine, actually. Is everything at home? Everything's changing, Harry said, and smiled. Mrs. Figg's expression did something complicated. She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Would you like to come in for some tea? Harry almost said no. He'd spent enough reluctant afternoons in Mrs. Figg's cabbage-scented house to last a lifetime, but something stopped him. The sharpness in her eyes. The careful way she was watching him. The fact that in 9 years of living on this street, she was the only adult who had ever asked him, with any apparent sincerity, if he was all right. Sure, he said. I'd like that. He followed her inside, through the small front garden with its overgrown rose bushes, through the front door with its cat flap, into the narrow hallway that smelled, as always, of cabbage, cats, and something else, something faintly sweet and herbal that he'd never been able to identify. The house was full of cats. This was not news. They lay on every surface, Mr. Tibbles on the hall table, Snowy on the stairs, the marmalade one whose name Harry could never remember sprawled across the top of the radiator. They watched Harry as he passed with an intensity that he'd always attributed to general cat weirdness but which, this morning, seemed purposeful. Mrs. Figg led him to the kitchen and put the kettle on. Harry sat at her small table and looked around. He'd been in this kitchen before, many times, but he'd never really looked at it. It was cluttered, dishes, cat bowls, stacks of newspapers, a shelf of jars with handwritten labels, but there was an order to it. A system. And now that he was looking, really looking, with the new clarity that seemed to have settled over him since last night, he noticed things. The jars on the shelf didn't contain normal kitchen things. The labels read, Dibney, Murtlap, Boondeman secretion. The newspaper on top of the nearest stack had a photograph that was moving, a tiny figure on a broomstick chasing a ball, looping and diving in a space no bigger than a postage stamp. Harry went very still. Mrs. Figg had her back to him, fussing with the kettle. Harry reached out and, moving quietly, slid the newspaper toward him. The Daily Prophet, the masthead read. Beneath it, Ministry of Magic debates new cauldron thickness regulations. The photograph showed a witch in green robes gesturing angrily at a podium. The image looped every few seconds, the witch's mouth opening and closing in silent fury, her fist pounding the lectern. Harry's heart was beating very fast. His hands were steady. Ministry of Magic. Magic. He'd always known the force inside him was real. He'd always known it was powerful. But he'd thought, assumed, that he was alone. A freak, like Vernon said. A one-off. An anomaly in a world of normal people. But here was a newspaper. A whole newspaper. With a ministry and a government and photographs that moved. A world. Not just him. A whole world. Mrs. Fig, Harry said, very calmly. She turned, 2 teacups in her hands. She saw the newspaper on the table in front of him. The cups clinked together as her hands trembled. Oh, she said. Oh, dear. Mrs. Fig, Harry said again. What is the Daily Prophet? She set the cups down. She sat across from him. She looked at the newspaper, then at Harry, and something in her seemed to collapse, a wall, a pretense, a long-maintained fiction crumbling in real time. I'm not supposed to tell you, she whispered. He told me, I was told not to tell you anything. To watch you, to report, but never to tell you. Who told you? I can't, Harry, you don't understand, I was given very specific instructions. By who? Dumbledore. The name burst out of her like a dam breaking. Albus Dumbledore. He placed you with the Dursleys, and he placed me here to watch over you, and I was never to reveal. Oh, he'll be so angry, slow down, Harry said. He was processing fast, slots clicking into place, the machinery of his mind running at full tilt. Start from the beginning. Albus Dumbledore. Who is he? Mrs. Fig's hands twisted in her lap, mirror image of Petunia's gesture the night before. She looked at Harry's face, at the bruise on his cheek, and something hardened in her expression. A decision being made. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she said. And he's the reason you grew up in a cupboard. The kettle boiled. Neither of them moved to get it. Tell me everything, Harry said. Mrs. Fig looked at him, really looked at him, the way the boa constrictor had looked at him through the glass, and she nodded. You're a wizard, Harry, she said. You've always been a wizard. Your parents were a witch and a wizard, and they were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort, and you survived his killing curse, and that's why you have that scar on your forehead. And Dumbledore took you from the ruins of your parents' home and left you on the Dursleys' doorstep in the middle of the night with nothing but a letter, and I've been watching you suffer ever since, and I'm sorry, Harry. I am so sorry. She was crying. Tears running down her weathered cheeks, collecting in the lines around her mouth. Mr. Tibbles jumped onto the table and butted his head against her arm. Harry sat very still. A wizard. His parents, murdered. A dark wizard. A killing curse. A scar. He touched his forehead. The lightning bolt scar. The one Petunia had told him he'd gotten in the car crash that killed his parents. The one that sometimes prickled and tingled for no reason. Not a car crash. A murder. Not an accident. A war. The information settled into him like water into sand. He should have been shocked. He should have been reeling, overwhelmed, struggling to process. But here was the thing about spending 9 years in a cupboard with nothing to do but think, you developed an enormous capacity for absorbing new information. You learned to take the hit and keep standing. Dumbledore left me with the Dursleys, Harry said. On purpose. There are protections, Mrs. Fig said, wiping her eyes. Blood protections, something about your mother's sacrifice. As long as you live with her blood relatives, you're protected from him. From Voldemort. Or his followers. Protected from a dark wizard, Harry said. But not from Vernon's fists. Mrs. Fig flinched. I reported it. I reported everything. Every bruise, every sign of neglect. Dumbledore said, he said it was necessary. That the protection of blood was more important than, she broke off. Then my comfort, Harry finished. Then my safety. Then me being treated like a human being. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fig said again. I should have done more. I should have, you should have, Harry agreed. Not cruelly. Just honestly. But you didn't. And that's done. What matters now is what happens next. He looked at the newspaper. The little witch on her broomstick chased the ball in endless, joyful circles. "Tell me about the wizarding world," Harry said. "Tell me about Hogwarts. Tell me about my parents. Tell me everything you know, and don't leave anything out because you think I'm too young or it's too dangerous or Dumbledore wouldn't approve. I've been in the dark my entire life, Mrs. Fig. Literally and figuratively. It ends today." Mrs. Fig made the tea. She got out a tin of biscuits, actual biscuits, not the stale, terrible ones she usually offered when she was babysitting, and Harry filed away the observation that she'd been deliberately making his visits unpleasant, probably on Dumbledore's orders, so the Dursleys wouldn't suspect she was anything other than a boring old woman. She sat down, and she talked. She talked for 2 hours. She was what she called a squib, born to magical parents but without magic herself. She told him about Hogwarts, the school he'd be invited to attend when he turned 11. She told him about the houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the Sorting Hat, and the subjects, transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts. She told him about Diagon Alley, the hidden shopping street in London where witches and wizards bought their wands and cauldrons and broomsticks. She told him about Gringotts, the wizard bank, run by goblins. She told him about his parents. James Potter, pure blood, Gryffindor, brilliant and reckless and brave. Lily Evans, Muggle-born, meaning born to non-magical parents, like Petunia, Gryffindor, top of her class, fierce and kind and the most talented witch of her generation. They'd fought in the war against Voldemort, and they'd died protecting Harry, and their sacrifice was the reason he was alive. She told him about Voldemort. The most feared dark wizard in a century. His campaign of terror. The Death Eaters, his followers. The First War, the Fall, the night he came to Godric's Hollow and killed James and Lily and turned his wand on baby Harry and something went wrong, something unprecedented, and the curse rebounded and Voldemort was destroyed. Or dispersed. Or something. Nobody was quite sure. And Harry, baby Harry, 1 year old, sitting in the ruins of his parents' home with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, had become the most famous person in the wizarding world. The boy who lived. Harry listened to all of it. He asked questions, sharp, specific questions that made Mrs. Fig blink and stammer. He asked about the blood protections, and she told him what she knew, which wasn't much. He asked about his parents' wills, and she didn't know. He asked about his inheritance, and she said she believed there was a vault at Gringotts but had no details. He asked about Dumbledore's authority over him, legal, magical, or otherwise, and Mrs. Fig's face went complicated. "He's your magical guardian," she said carefully. "Or at least, he's been acting as such. I don't know if it was ever made official through the Wizengamot, that's the wizard court. But he's Albus Dumbledore. He's the most respected wizard alive. When he says something is necessary, people tend to accept it. Even when it means leaving a baby on a doorstep in November," Harry said. Even then. Harry sat with that for a moment. The tea was cold. The biscuits were gone. The cats had arranged themselves around the kitchen in a loose perimeter, watching him with their unblinking eyes. "Mrs. Fig," he said. "I need you to do something for me. Anything, dear. Don't report this conversation to Dumbledore." She hesitated. Her hands started their nervous twisting. "I know he's powerful," Harry said. "I know you feel you owe him. But you just told me that you watched me get hurt for 9 years and did nothing, and that Dumbledore told you it was necessary. I'm asking you now, as the boy you watched get hurt, to give me time. Time to learn, time to prepare. When Dumbledore comes, I want to meet him on my terms. Not his." Mrs. Fig looked at him for a long time. The marmalade cat jumped into her lap and she stroked it absently. "You really are Lily's son," she said softly. "Is that a yes?" "It's a yes," she said. "God help me, it's a yes." Harry stood. "Thank you, Mrs. Fig." For the tea, for the truth, and for the yes. I'm going to go home now. I have a lot to think about. Harry. She caught his arm as he passed. Her grip was stronger than he expected. Be careful. What you can do, the wandless magic, it's extraordinary. Even among wizards, it's rare. Most need wands. Most need training. You're something different. And in the wizarding world, being different makes you a target. I've been a target my whole life, Harry said. The difference is, now I know I'm armed. He walked home through the morning sunshine with the world rearranged inside his head. Magic was real. Not just his magic, magic, as a thing, as a world, as a whole civilization hidden inside the one he'd grown up in. Wizards and witches and goblins and dark lords. A school waiting for him. A war that had shaped his life before he could even speak. Parents who had loved him enough to die for him. And a man named Dumbledore who had decided that a cupboard under the stairs was an acceptable price for Harry's protection. Harry's jaw tightened. He understood the logic. He even, reluctantly, saw the necessity. Blood protections were apparently serious magic, and if they kept Voldemort's followers from finding him, there was an argument for tolerating the Dursleys. But there was a vast chasm between living with the Dursleys and being starved and beaten and locked in a cupboard by the Dursleys, and Dumbledore had either not known about the abuse, which meant he was negligent, or known and accepted it, which meant something worse. Either way, Harry was done being the passive piece on someone else's chessboard. He reached number 4 and let himself in. The house was quiet. The kitchen had been cleaned, Petunia's doing, certainly, unable to leave a mess even in the middle of a family crisis. The sound of the television came from the living room, turned low. Harry went upstairs to his room. He closed the door, sealed it, and lay on the bed. He stared at the ceiling and began to plan. He had roughly 14 months until his 11th birthday, when his Hogwarts letter would arrive. 14 months to learn everything he could about his magic, about the wizarding world, about his parents, about Dumbledore. 14 months to train, to grow, to become someone that the wizarding world couldn't ignore or manipulate or shove into a cupboard. He'd been patient before. He could be patient again. But this time, the patience had a purpose. Harry closed his eyes. The sunlight lay warm across his face. Downstairs, he could hear the faint murmur of the television and the muffled sound of Vernon complaining about something, and for the first time in his life, the sounds of number 4 Privet Drive didn't make him feel trapped. They made him feel like he was exactly where he needed to be. For now. Chapter 2, New Rules. The first 3 days were about establishing boundaries. Harry approached it methodically, the way he approached everything, by watching, thinking, and then acting with precision. The Dursleys were creatures of routine. Their entire lives were built on predictability, sameness, the comforting repetition of identical days. Vernon left for Grunnings at 7:30, returned at 5:30, watched television until 10. Petunia cleaned, cooked, gossiped over the garden fence with the neighbors, and monitored the street through the front curtains like a surveillance operative. Dudley ate, watched television, broke things, bullied smaller children, and ate again. Harry's job, in those first 3 days, was to insert himself into this routine as the new variable. Not with explosions or confrontations. He'd made his point the first night, and repeating it would have diminished the impact. Instead, he did something far more unsettling to the Dursley mind. He made himself at home. He ate breakfast at the table every morning. He sat in the living room and watched what he wanted on the television. He used the bathroom without asking permission. He walked in and out of the front door freely, at hours of his choosing, without reporting where he was going or when he'd be back. These were tiny things. For any normal child in any normal household, they would have been unremarkable. For Harry, each one was a revolution. And for the Dursleys, each one was a fresh wound. Vernon handled it the worst. He'd retreated into a stiff, furious silence, moving through the house like a man who'd swallowed something poisonous and was determined to pretend it wasn't killing him. He didn't speak to Harry. He barely looked at him. When they were in the same room, Vernon would fix his eyes on a point approximately 2 feet to Harry's left and address his remarks to the air, as if Harry were a hallucination he could will out of existence. Harry let him. Vernon's pride needed time to metabolize the new reality, and pushing him now would only trigger another confrontation. Harry had no interest in wasting energy on confrontations. He had too much to learn. Petunia was different. Petunia was adapting. Harry noticed it on the second morning. He came down to the kitchen and found breakfast already laid out, not the scraps and leftovers he'd been given before, but a proper plate at his place at the table, eggs and toast and a glass of juice. Petunia was at the counter, her back to him, washing dishes that didn't need washing. "Thank you," Harry said, sitting down. She didn't turn around. But her shoulders shifted, just slightly, as if she'd been bracing for something and it hadn't come. By the third day, she was setting his place before he came down. She wasn't doing it out of affection, Harry wasn't foolish enough to believe that. She was doing it out of strategy. Petunia Dursley was a woman who understood power dynamics intimately, even if she'd never have used that phrase. She'd spent her life navigating Vernon's tempers, managing Dudley's tantrums, maintaining the social architecture of Privet Drive's gossip networks. She knew how to read a room and position herself on the winning side. And she knew, with a clarity that Vernon still couldn't accept, that Harry was the winning side now. Dudley was the wild card. On the first morning after the change, he'd tested the boundaries the way Dudley tested everything, bluntly, directly, with the subtlety of a thrown brick. Harry had been sitting in the living room, reading one of the books from Dudley's shelf, an adventure novel that Dudley had received for Christmas 3 years ago and never opened, the spine still crackling when Harry spread it. Dudley appeared in the doorway, saw Harry on what Dudley considered his sofa, and his face screwed up in the familiar pre-tantrum configuration. "Get off my sofa." Harry turned a page. "No. That's my sofa and that's my book and this is my house." "Dudley." Harry looked up. "Sit down. Watch TV. Read something. I don't care. But this," he gestured at the space between them. "The thing where you tell me what to do and I jump. That's over. I explained this. Dad'll make you, your dad won't do anything, and you know it. You saw what happened. I'm not asking you to like me, Dudley. I'm asking you to leave me alone. It's not hard. Just pretend I'm not here, the way you always did when your friends came over and you didn't want them to know your cousin slept in a cupboard." That landed. Harry saw it hit, saw the flinch, and felt a small, petty satisfaction that he immediately distrusted. He wasn't trying to wound Dudley. Dudley was a bully, but he was also 10 years old and a product of his parents' values, and Harry understood, coldly, analytically, that Dudley had been as shaped by the Dursleys' cruelty as Harry had. Just from the other side. Dudley stood in the doorway for a long moment, his face working through emotions his vocabulary couldn't express. Then he turned and went upstairs. After that, he avoided Harry. Not with Vernon's rigid, furious avoidance, more like the cautious avoidance of someone who touched an electric fence and didn't want to touch it again. When they passed in the hallway, Dudley pressed himself against the wall. When Harry entered a room, Dudley found a reason to leave. It wasn't ideal. But it was workable. On the fourth morning, a Tuesday, Harry woke early and lay in bed watching the sunrise through his window, God, he'd never get tired of that, and decided it was time to start training seriously. Mrs. Figg had told him that most wizards needed wands. That wandless magic was rare, difficult, the province of the exceptionally powerful or the exceptionally trained. Harry had neither training nor a wand, but he had the force inside him, and it was growing. He could feel it, a warm pressure behind his sternum, larger and more responsive every day, as if acknowledging it, as if using it, had opened a tap that wouldn't close. He needed to understand it. Not just use it instinctively, the way he'd thrown Vernon into the chair, but understand its rules. Its mechanics. Every force had limits, and knowing the limits was how you worked around them. Harry got dressed. He'd shrunk several more of Dudley's old clothes to fit him, and while the results weren't fashionable, they were better than wearing tents, and went to the back garden. The Dursleys' garden was Petunia's domain, immaculate and controlled, every plant in its designated spot, the lawn mowed in military stripes. The shed at the back was Vernon's, filled with tools he rarely used, maintained primarily as a prop for his identity as a homeowner. Between the two, there was a paved patio with a table and chairs where the Dursleys had barbecues in summer, barbecues Harry had been allowed to cook for but not attend. Harry sat in one of the patio chairs and looked at the garden and began to experiment. He started with what he could already do. Telekinesis, moving objects without touching them. He focused on a pebble from the garden border and lifted it. Easy. Barely an effort. He lifted 2, 3, 5, 10 pebbles, each one held independently in the air, a constellation of small stones rotating slowly around each other. He pushed further. 20 pebbles. 30. 50. The effort scaled. He could feel the energy cost increasing, not linearly but exponentially, each additional object requiring more focus, more power, more of the warm force behind his sternum. At 32 pebbles, he started to feel resistance, like trying to flex a muscle that was reaching its limit. At 47, his vision tunneled slightly. At 50, his nose began to bleed. He let them all drop. The pebbles pattered onto the patio like hail. Good. That was a limit. Roughly 50 small objects simultaneously, at his current level. He wiped his nose, waited for the dizziness to pass, and moved on. Weight was a different variable than quantity. He could move 50 pebbles, but what about one heavy thing? He looked at the garden table, wrought iron, probably 30 kilograms. He focused and lifted it. It rose smoothly, a foot off the ground, 2 feet, 3. Easier than the 50 pebbles. Apparently, one heavy object was less taxing than many light ones. That made sense. The bottleneck wasn't raw force, it was divided attention. Multitasking was harder than brute strength. He pushed the table higher. 5 feet. 8. 10. At 12 feet, hanging absurdly above the garden like a surrealist painting, he felt the first tug of effort. At 15 feet, the strain was real. He lowered it gently back to its spot, making sure the legs aligned with the dents in the paving. Distance. Was distance a factor? He looked at the garden fence, at the Hendersons' yard beyond it. A garden gnome, the ceramic kind, not the kind Mrs. Fig had obliquely suggested might actually exist in the wizarding world, stood on the Hendersons' lawn, about 20 meters away. Harry focused on it. Nothing. He could feel the gnome, could sense its shape and weight at the edge of his awareness, but he couldn't grip it. It was like trying to grab something with numb fingers. The intention was there, the execution wasn't. He tried harder. The gnome wobbled. It didn't lift. So distance was a factor. His effective range was, what? He experimented, focusing on objects at varying distances. The garden chairs, 2 meters away, easy. The shed door, 5 meters, easy. The bird bath at the far end of the garden, 10 meters, manageable. The fence post at the boundary, 15 meters, difficult but doable. Beyond that, the signal degraded rapidly. Harry filed the data away. Effective range approximately 15 meters, degrading beyond that. Number limit around 50 small objects before cognitive overload. Weight limit still untested at the upper end but well above his body weight. These were today's numbers. They'd change as he practiced. What else could he do? He'd shrunk fabric. He'd made glass vanish. He'd made his hair grow. He'd teleported, that was the rooftop incident, and it was the most dramatic thing he'd done, and also the least understood. He tried to shrink a pebble. He held it in his hand, focused on it getting smaller, and pushed. The pebble compressed, slowly, like it was being squeezed by invisible fingers. It went from the size of a marble to the size of a pea. He released the intent, and it stayed small. Permanent change, or at least, stable change. Interesting. Could he make it bigger again? He focused on expansion. The pebble resisted. It shook in his palm, vibrating slightly, but didn't grow. He pushed harder. Nothing. His nose started to bleed again. So shrinking was easier than growing. Destruction, or reduction, at least, was easier than creation. That tracked with everything he'd observed. It was easy to break things, hard to build them. The universe had a direction, and it was easier to go with it than against it. What about temperature? He held the pebble and thought warm. The stone heated in his palm, gently at first, then rapidly, until it was almost too hot to hold. He thought cool and it chilled, frost forming on its surface within seconds. Temperature was easy. Maybe the easiest thing he'd done all morning. Light? He cupped his hands together and thought about the light bulb in the cupboard, the one he'd made glow. He pushed, and a pale, wavery luminescence appeared between his palms. Dim, flickering, uncertain. He held it for about 30 seconds before it guttered out. More practice needed. But the principle was sound. Harry sat on the patio for 3 hours, methodically testing and cataloging. He discovered he could mend broken things. He snapped a twig, then focused on it becoming whole, and the fibers reached for each other and knit together with a faint crackling sound. He discovered he could make himself lighter, not flying, not yet, but a reduction in his own weight that made him feel like he was walking on the moon. He discovered that he could create a pulse of force, a push, like what he'd used on Vernon, that was directionally focused and proportional to his intent. A gentle push could close a door. A hard push could crack the patio pavers, which he discovered accidentally and then had to spend 10 minutes figuring out how to mend stone. He was sweating. His nose had bled 3 times. His head throbbed. But he was smiling. This was his. Every bit of it, every strange and wonderful ability, was his. Not given, not taught, not dependent on anyone's permission or approval. His power, growing in his own body, responding to his own will. After 9 years of having nothing, no possessions, no privacy, no autonomy, no love, he had this. And nobody could take it away. "What are you doing?" Harry turned. Dudley was standing at the back door, half hidden behind the frame, peering out at Harry with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Practicing," Harry said. "Practicing what?" Harry held up his hand. A pebble rose from the ground, hovered at eye level, then orbited his hand slowly, like a tiny planet. Dudley's eyes went round. "How are you doing that?" "I don't know exactly. I've always been able to do things like this." "Your parents knew. They said you were a freak. They said a lot of things." Dudley lingered in the doorway. He looked like he wanted to come outside and also like he wanted to run upstairs and lock himself in his room. Curiosity and fear, fighting it out in real time across his pudgy face. Can you do other things?" he asked. "Yes." "Like what?" Harry considered. Then he held both hands out, palms up, and focused. A ball of pale light appeared above his right hand. Above his left, a pebble lifted and began to spin. The light brightened, casting sharp shadows in the morning sun. The pebble spun faster. Harry brought his hands together, and the light wrapped around the pebble, encasing it in a tiny glowing sphere that hung in the air between them like a miniature star. It was the most complex thing he'd attempted, combining 3 different abilities simultaneously, light, telekinesis, and fine motor control, and it cost him. He could feel the energy draining, the warm force behind his sternum flickering. But the effect was worth it. The little star hovered, beautiful and impossible, and Dudley's mouth hung open. That's actually cool," Dudley said. Harry let the light fade and the pebble drop. He wiped the fresh trickle of blood from his nose. "Yeah," he said. "It is." Dudley stared at him for another long moment. Then he said, very quietly, "Did it hurt? When Dad hit you?" The question was so unexpected that Harry didn't have a ready answer. He looked at Dudley, really looked at him, past the pudge and the mean little eyes and the bully's swagger, and saw something he hadn't expected. Guilt. Faint, confused, unexamined, but present. A 10-year-old who had watched his father beat his cousin and was only now, in the aftermath of revolution, beginning to wonder if that was wrong. "Yes," Harry said. "It always hurt." Dudley's face crumpled, just for a second, before he caught it and rearranged it into something neutral. "Right," he said. "Right. Right." He disappeared back into the house. Harry heard him go upstairs. A door closed. Harry sat on the patio and thought about Dudley Dursley, and about the strange, uneven way that people's consciences woke up. Then he went back to practice. By the end of the first week, Harry had established a routine of his own. Mornings were for training. He'd wake early, eat breakfast, and spend 2 to 3 hours in the garden testing his abilities, pushing limits, cataloging results. He was systematic about it, borrowing a notebook from Dudley's untouched school supplies to record his observations. Range, power, duration, energy cost, he logged everything, building a map of his capabilities the way a scientist would map a new territory. Afternoons were for Mrs. Figg. He visited her every day after lunch, walking the short distance from number 4 to her house with his hands in his pockets and his mind full of questions. She was his only source of information about the wizarding world, and while her knowledge was limited, she was a squib, not a witch, and her understanding was second-hand, gleaned from years on the periphery. It was vast compared to what he had. She told him about the structure of wizarding society. The Ministry of Magic, with its departments and bureaucracy, its minister and its laws. The Wiesengemot, the High Court. The International Confederation of Wizards. Azkaban, the wizard prison, guarded by creatures called dementors that fed on happiness. Harry filed that away with a shiver. The Statute of Secrecy, which kept the wizarding world hidden from muggles, non-magical people. She told him about Hogwarts in greater detail. The houses and their founders. The subjects. Transfiguration was changing objects from one form to another. Charms was making objects do things they weren't designed to do. Potions was magical chemistry. Defense against the dark arts was exactly what it sounded like. There were others, herbology, astronomy, history of magic, but those 4 were the core. "You said most wizards need wands," Harry said on the 5th day, stirring his tea. Mrs. Figg made terrible tea, but he'd stopped noticing. "What do wands actually do?" "They focus magic," Mrs. Figg said. She was more comfortable now, less nervous about the forbidden nature of their conversations. The guilt of 9 years of watching and doing nothing had unlocked something in her, a fierce, compensatory helpfulness. She wanted to make up for lost time. A wand is a channel. Like a magnifying glass for sunlight. Your magic is the sunlight. The wand focuses it, directs it, makes it precise. So without a wand, magic is, what? Unfocused? For most people, yes. That's why accidental magic in children is so chaotic, bursts of unfocused power triggered by emotion. "What you're doing," she shook her head. "Harry, what you're doing isn't normal. Controlled wandless magic, at your age, with no training. I've never heard of anything like it." "My mum could do it," Harry said. "You said she made flowers open and close." "When she was a child, yes. Small things." "Not," Mrs. Figg gestured vaguely at the kitchen around them. "Yesterday, Harry had levitated every piece of furniture in her sitting room simultaneously to retrieve a cat toy that had rolled under the sofa. Not that. Maybe I'm just better at it, Harry said, without arrogance. It was an observation, like noting that some people were taller than others. He'd been practicing constantly for a week, and his limits were already expanding. The nosebleeds were less frequent. The headaches were shorter. The warm force behind his sternum was growing, deepening, responding faster. Maybe you are, Mrs. Figg said quietly, and there was something in her voice, awe, or concern, or both. On the 6th day, she lent him books. I shouldn't have these, she admitted, pulling a small, battered cardboard box from the back of her hall cupboard. Squibs aren't supposed to keep wizarding texts. But my mother was a witch, and when she died, I kept a few things. The box contained 5 books, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, The Theory of Magical Practice by Adalbert Waffling, Common Magical Ailments and Their Remedies, Hogwarts, A History, and a slim, handwritten volume titled Notes on Wandless Magic in the Pre-Wand Era by someone whose name had been worn off the cover. Harry took them like a drowning man taking a lifeline. He read voraciously, hungrily, the way he ate now, making up for years of starvation. He read A History of Magic in a single sitting, lying on his bed, with the window open and the evening air drifting in. He read about the founding of Hogwarts, the Goblin Wars, the rise and fall of dark wizards through the centuries, the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy. He read about Grindelwald, the dark wizard Dumbledore had defeated in 1945, and he read about Voldemort, and the terror that had gripped the wizarding world for a decade, and the night it ended. The night it ended with his parents' deaths and his scar. The account in A History of Magic was brief and vague. A few paragraphs. The defeat of you-know-who, the book didn't use Voldemort's name, by the infant Harry Potter, 'cause unknown, was treated as a historical curiosity, a mystery wrapped in tragedy. There was no detail about how or why. Just the bare facts, the Potters died, Harry survived, Voldemort fell. Not enough. Not nearly enough. But it was a start. The theory of magical practice was denser and more useful. It described the mechanics of magic as understood by wizarding scholars, the relationship between intent, power, and technique. Wands, according to Waffling, served 3 functions: they amplified magical output, they provided precision control, and they stored spell patterns that could be activated by incantations and wand movements. Without a wand, a wizard had raw power but limited precision, like trying to paint with a fire hose. The Wandless Magic book was the real treasure. It was old, handwritten on yellowed parchment, the ink faded to brown, and it described a time before wands were standard, when witches and wizards worked magic through will alone. The author described techniques for developing wandless control, meditation, visualization, progressive resistance, lifting heavier objects, maintaining effects for longer durations, combining multiple magical effects simultaneously. Harry recognized his own instinctive training methods in the text, which told him his instincts were sound. The book also described something it called magical sensing, the ability to perceive magic in the environment. Wards, enchantments, magical creatures, even other wizards and witches, all produced a signature that could be detected by a sufficiently sensitive practitioner. Harry had a hunch about this. The prickling of his scar. The way he could feel the spiders in the cupboard, sense their tiny lives. The way Mrs. Figg's house felt different from the Dursleys, warmer, somehow, despite being draftier, as if the walls themselves were suffused with something. He tried it. Sitting in his room, he closed his eyes and reached out, not with telekinesis, not trying to move anything, just listening. With the force. With the warm thing in his chest. It took 3 tries over 2 days. On the 3rd try, something clicked. The world bloomed. Not visually, his eyes were closed. But suddenly he could feel the house around him. The walls, the floors, the pipes, the wiring, and beneath all of that, something else. A web. A lattice. Faint, golden, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat, woven into the very foundations of number 4 Privet Drive. The blood wards. Harry could feel them. A dome of protective energy centered on the house, extending outward about 100 meters in every direction. They were old, nearly a decade old, and they were anchored in something deep. Not just the house. Not just the address. They were anchored in him. In his blood, in his presence, in the connection between his mother's sacrifice and Petunia's grudging, resentful hospitality. He traced the web with his new sense, mapping its shape. It was strong at the core, the house itself, and thinned at the edges, like a dome of protective energy with walls that got more transparent the further you went from the center. It would stop a magical assault, he thought. It would deflect detection. It would make the house invisible to anyone searching for him magically. It would not stop someone who walked up the front path and knocked on the door. Good to know. He also felt something else. At the edge of his range, at the periphery of the wards, a small, steady pulse. Like a heartbeat, but not human. Magical. Familiar. Mrs. Figg's house. She had some kind of magical presence, faint but detectable. Not her own magic, she was a squib, she had none. But something in her house. An object, maybe, or a creature. Something that pulsed with low-level magical energy, like a nightlight left on. Harry opened his eyes. The room was just a room again. But he knew the web was there, invisible, constant, waiting to be felt. He went downstairs. It was evening, the golden hour before dinner. Petunia was in the kitchen. She'd resumed cooking meals, though she now set 4 places instead of 3, without comment or complaint. Vernon was in the living room with the television on. Dudley was somewhere upstairs. Harry paused in the hallway. He could hear Petunia chopping something, the steady thok of a knife on a cutting board. He walked into the kitchen. "I need to talk to you," he said. "About my mother." Petunia's knife stopped mid-chop. She didn't turn around. "You said soon," Harry continued. "It's been a week. I think that qualifies." Slowly, Petunia set the knife down. She turned. Her face was the face of a woman who'd been dreading this moment since the day Harry was left on her doorstep, dreading it so deeply that a part of her had been rehearsing for it, the way you rehearse for a funeral you know is coming. "Not in front of Vernon," she said. "Fine. Where?" "The garden." They went outside. The evening was warm, the sun low, the shadows long. They sat at the patio table, the same table Harry had levitated 12 feet in the air 3 days ago, and Petunia folded her hands in front of her and stared at the garden with the fixed, unseeing gaze of someone steeling themselves. "What do you want to know?" she asked. "Everything. I can't give you everything. I wasn't part of that world. I was the normal one. The Muggle." She said the word with a bitterness that had aged and hardened over 20 years. Lily was the special one. Lily was the witch. "Tell me about her." Petunia was quiet for a long time. A blackbird sang from the Henderson's tree. A sprinkler hissed somewhere down the street. "She was my little sister," Petunia said at last. "She was a year younger than me. She had red hair, dark red, almost auburn, and your eyes. Exactly your eyes. The first time I looked at you, when you were a baby on the doorstep, I nearly dropped you because I saw her eyes looking out of your face." Her voice was flat, controlled, like she was reading from a script she'd memorized. But there were cracks in it. Harry could hear them. "When did you know she was different?" "When she was about 8. She could make things happen. Flowers blooming out of season. Swinging higher than any child should have been able to swing. And there was a boy, a strange, thin boy from the rough end of town. Severus. Severus Snape. He told her she was a witch. He'd been watching her. Snape. Harry filed the name. He was from a wizarding family, his mother was a witch, his father a muggle. He told Lily about Hogwarts, about magic, about all of it. She was thrilled. Petunia's lips thinned. She thought it was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to her. And you didn't. I was 11 years old. My little sister had just been told she was magical and special and chosen, and I was just Petunia. Just the normal one. The boring one. The one who didn't get a letter. The bitterness was raw, even after all these years. Harry recognized it, not with sympathy, exactly, but with understanding. Petunia had been jealous. Jealous and hurt and left behind, and she'd let that jealousy curdle into something poisonous over 2 decades. You wrote to Dumbledore, Harry said. It was a guess, but an educated one. Petunia's head snapped toward him. How did you? You knew too much about Hogwarts to have only heard about it secondhand. You asked to go, didn't you? She stared at him. Then she looked away. He wrote back. A kind letter. A gentle rejection. He said I was valued, that the Muggle world had its own magic, that I should be proud of my sister. She laughed, a short, harsh sound. I hated him for it. What happened to Lily after Hogwarts? She married your father. James Potter. Petunia said the name the way you'd say the name of a disease. He was arrogant. Wealthy. From an old wizarding family. He flew on a broomstick and turned into a stag, apparently, and thought he was wonderful. You met him? Once. At their wedding. I went. Vernon didn't want me to, but I went. It was, she paused, and something moved behind her eyes, a memory surfacing. It was beautiful. I hated that it was beautiful. And then the war. And then the war. Petunia's voice dropped. Lily stopped writing to me regularly. She'd send letters, short ones, worried ones. She said they were in danger. That a dark wizard was after them specifically, that they'd gone into hiding. She asked me to. Petunia stopped. Her jaw tightened. She asked you to what? To forgive her. Barely a whisper. In her last letter, she asked me to forgive her for being different. She said she loved me. She said if anything happened to her, to please take care of you. To love you. The evening air was very still. And then she died, Harry said. And then she died. And you appeared on my doorstep. And Dumbledore's letter said I had to take you in or the protection wouldn't work, and Vernon was furious, and I was so angry at her, Harry. Angry at her for leaving, for dying, for saddling me with this responsibility, for making me deal with the world I was never allowed to be part of. And you had her eyes, and every time I looked at you, I saw her, and I couldn't, her voice broke. She pressed her hand over her mouth and breathed through it, the way Harry breathed through his pain. They had that in common, at least. I'm not asking you to love me, Harry said. His voice was steady. His chest ached in a way that had nothing to do with his ribs. I'm not sure that's something either of us can do. But I'm asking you to stop punishing me for something that wasn't my fault. Petunia lowered her hand. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying. Dursleys didn't cry where people could see. The letters, Harry said. Lily's letters. Do you still have them? Petunia went very still. I have the last one, she said. I burned the others. Years ago. In a rage. But the last one, I couldn't bring myself. It's, where? Upstairs. In a box. In the back of the wardrobe, behind the Christmas decorations. I want it. I know. And anything else. Any photographs, any objects, anything connected to my parents. I want all of it. Petunia nodded slowly. There's not much. The letter. A photograph from the wedding. And, she hesitated. Something else. Something Dumbledore left with his letter, the night he left you. A small object. I don't know what it is. It's been wrapped in a cloth at the bottom of the box for 9 years. Harry's pulse quickened. Get it for me. Tonight. Tonight, Petunia agreed. They sat in the garden as the sun went down, two people bound by blood and grief and years of wasted cruelty, and for a moment, just a moment, something that wasn't quite warmth but might have been the distant cousin of understanding passed between them. Then Vernon's voice boomed from the kitchen window. Petunia. Where's dinner? The moment shattered. Petunia stood, smoothed her skirt, and went inside to cook dinner. Harry stayed in the garden and watched the first stars appear. After dinner, eaten at the table, all four of them, in a silence that was becoming almost comfortable in its awkwardness, Petunia caught Harry's eye and made a small, brief gesture toward the stairs. Harry went up to his room and waited. 10 minutes later, a soft knock. He unsealed the door and opened it. Petunia stood in the hallway holding a shoebox. A plain brown shoebox, the kind that had once held sensible shoes, now battered and soft at the corners. She held it out. Harry took it. "Thank you," he said. She nodded and walked away. He watched her go, thin, stiff, arms wrapped around herself, and closed the door and sealed it. He sat on the bed and opened the box. The photograph was on top. A Muggle photograph, unmoving, taken at a wedding. A young woman with dark red hair and bright green eyes, his eyes, exactly his eyes. Mrs. Figg was right, laughing, her head tilted back, one hand on the arm of a tall young man with untidy black hair and glasses. James Potter looked like Harry. Or rather, Harry looked like James. The resemblance was startling, the same face, the same hair, the same build. Only the eyes were different. James's were hazel behind his glasses, warm and mischievous. Harry stared at the photograph for a long time. These were his parents. These were the people who had loved him and died for him, and he looked like one and had the eyes of the other, and they were smiling in this photograph, and they had no idea what was coming. He set the photograph aside. Gently. The letter was beneath it. A single sheet of parchment, real parchment, thick and cream-colored, the kind Mrs. Figg had described wizards using, folded twice, the edges slightly yellowed. The handwriting was small and precise and slanted to the right. "Dear Toonie, I'm writing this because I'm afraid, and because the thing I'm most afraid of isn't dying. It's that if I die, you'll never know the things I should have told you. So I'm telling you now, while I still can, and I'm hoping you'll never need to read this. If you're reading this, then I'm gone, and Harry is with you, and I need you to know 3 things. First, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for every time I made you feel lesser, or ordinary, or left behind. You weren't any of those things. You were my big sister, and I loved you, and I should have told you that more. I should have fought harder to stay close. I let the wizarding world consume me, and I lost you in it, and that's my failure, not yours. Second, Harry is special. Not just because he's mine, because he is. Dumbledore believes Voldemort will come for us because of a prophecy. I can't tell you the details, and I wouldn't if I could, because that kind of knowledge is a weight no one should carry. But Harry has power, Toonie. More than James, more than me, maybe more than anyone. He'll need help learning to use it, and he'll need people who love him while he does. Third, they will come for him. The wizarding world will come for Harry. Dumbledore will probably place him with you, because of the blood protection, my sacrifice, your blood, it's old magic and it's real and it works. But Dumbledore is not the only player, and he is not infallible. He's a great man, but he thinks in terms of the greater good, and sometimes the greater good isn't good enough for the people caught inside it. Please love my son. Please don't let them use him. And please, if nothing else, tell him that his mother loved him more than anything in any world, magical or otherwise. I love you, Toonie. I always did. Harry read the letter 3 times. His hands didn't shake. His eyes didn't blur. He absorbed it the way he absorbed everything, completely, deeply, permanently. His mother had known. She'd known she might die. She'd known about the prophecy, whatever that was. She'd known about Dumbledore's tendencies. She'd asked Petunia to love him, and Petunia had failed, and Dumbledore had calculated, and here Harry was, almost 10 years old, reading his dead mother's last words in a room he'd claimed from a cousin who'd never wanted him. He folded the letter carefully and set it aside. Then he looked at the last object in the box. It was wrapped in a dark cloth, not fabric, something finer, something that shimmered faintly in the lamplight. Harry unwrapped it slowly. Inside was a stone. Small, about the size of a walnut. Jet black, perfectly smooth, warm to the touch. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, the force inside his chest surged. Not painfully. Not overwhelmingly. But powerfully, like a river that had been flowing through a narrow channel suddenly finding a wider course. The warmth spread up his arm, through his chest, into his skull, and for a moment, just a moment, the world seemed to expand, as if he'd been looking at it through a keyhole and someone had opened the door. He could feel the blood wards more clearly. He could feel Mrs. Fig's house, the faint magical pulse. He could feel, far away, faint, at the very edge of perception, other presences. Magical presences. A scattering of them, spread across the landscape like stars. Then the surge settled, and the stone was just a stone in his hand. Warm and black and smooth. Harry looked at it. He didn't know what it was. The Wandless magic book hadn't described anything like it. Mrs. Fig might know, or she might not. It could be a powerful artifact or a family heirloom or something Dumbledore had left for a specific purpose. He wrapped it back up, carefully, and placed it in the box with the photograph and the letter. He put the box under his bed. Then he lay down and stared at the ceiling in thought. A prophecy. His mother had mentioned a prophecy. Voldemort had come for them because of a prophecy. That was why, not random violence, not a war casualty, but a targeted attack based on a prediction about Harry. What had the prophecy said? What did it mean? Dumbledore knew. Mrs. Fig probably didn't. Petunia might know fragments. But more importantly, if there was a prophecy about Harry, and Voldemort had acted on it, and Voldemort was, according to Mrs. Fig, not confirmed dead, just gone. Then the story wasn't over. Harry closed his eyes. The warm force hummed inside him, larger than yesterday, larger than last week, growing by the hour. He thought about his mother's letter. He'll need help learning to use it, and he'll need people who love him while he does. He didn't have people who loved him. But he had himself. He had his power. He had knowledge, incomplete but growing. He had 14 months before Hogwarts, and he intended to use every single one of them. 2 weeks in, and the household had found a new equilibrium. Uneasy, imperfect, but functional. Vernon went to work every day at Grunnings, came home, ate dinner, watched television, and pretended Harry didn't exist. This was, ironically, the best their relationship had ever been. Without the need to assert dominance, without the ability to, more accurately, Vernon deflated into something almost pitiable. A big man made small, going through the motions. Petunia cooked, cleaned, maintained appearances, and had, in her own rigid way, accepted the new order. She didn't talk to Harry much beyond domestic necessities. Dinner's at 6, I've left clean towels in the bathroom, but the hostility had dimmed. Not gone. Dimmed. She looked at him differently now. Not with hatred. With something complicated and unresolved. Dudley was the surprise. It started 3 days after the patio conversation, when Harry was in the garden practicing. He'd moved on from telekinesis drills to something more subtle, trying to grow a plant. The Wandless magic book described this as one of the hardest forms of natural magic, because it required understanding the thing you were changing. You couldn't just push force at a plant and expect it to grow, you had to feel its structure, its needs, its nature, and coax it in the right direction. Harry was on his knees in front of one of Petunia's rosebushes, hands hovering over the soil, trying to feel the roots, when Dudley appeared at the back door again. "You're always out here," Dudley said. "I'm practicing." "Yeah, I know. I can see from my window." Dudley shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Can I watch?" Harry looked at him. Dudley's face was doing the thing it had done before, the war between curiosity and fear, played out in real time across his doughy features. But this time, curiosity was winning. "Sure," Harry said. "Pull up a chair." Dudley dragged one of the patio chairs over and sat down. Harry went back to the rosebush. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Harry knelt in the dirt, focusing, feeling for the root network beneath the surface, trying to understand the language of growing things. Dudley sat and watched in silence, which was itself remarkable. Dudley was not a boy built for silence. He vibrated with restless energy constantly, always fidgeting, always eating, always needing stimulation. Then, slowly, a new bud appeared on the rosebush. Small, pale green, unfurling from the stem like a tiny fist opening. It grew, visibly, over the space of about 30 seconds, and then it bloomed, a deep, rich red, the petals spreading and stretching toward the sun. "Whoa," Dudley breathed. Harry sat back on his heels, breathing hard. Growing things was exhausting. It pulled from somewhere deeper than telekinesis, somewhere that felt less like a muscle and more like a well. But the rose was beautiful, and it was real, and he'd made it. "Do another one," Dudley said. So Harry did another one. And another. By the time he stopped, there were 5 new roses on the bush, and Dudley was leaning forward in his chair with his elbows on his knees and something like wonder on his face. "Why couldn't I do that?" Dudley asked. "If you can, and Mum's sister could, is it in the family?" "I don't think so. Someone told me it's not always genetic. Some magical people come from non-magical families. Some magical families have non-magical children. So I'm just, normal." The word hung in the air. Harry heard the echo of Petunia's voice in it, the normal one, and recognized the same wound, reopened in a new generation. "Normal isn't bad, Dudley. It's not this, though." Dudley gestured at the roses. "It's not, cool." Harry almost laughed. "Almost. Dudley, I've spent 9 years being punished for being able to do this. Your father broke my ribs because of it. Trust me, being able to do magic does not automatically make your life better." Dudley was quiet. "Then, I'm sorry about that." Harry looked at him sharply. Dudley was staring at the roses, not meeting Harry's eyes, his cheeks flushed. "About Dad," Dudley clarified. "And about me. The stuff I did. With my friends. Chasing you and the other stuff." Harry considered several possible responses and discarded most of them. The truth was complicated. Dudley's apology was real but insufficient. The damage was done and couldn't be undone. But Dudley was 10 years old and was trying, clumsily, to be better than he'd been taught to be, and that counted for something. "Okay," Harry said. "Thank you." It wasn't forgiveness. Both of them knew that. But it was an acknowledgement, and for now, that was enough. After that, Dudley came to the garden every afternoon. He didn't always talk. Sometimes he just sat and watched. Sometimes he asked questions. What does it feel like? Does it hurt? Can you fly? And Harry answered honestly. He couldn't fly. Not yet. But he was working on it. Harry wasn't sure what to make of this tentative, cautious cousin who was so different from the bully he'd known. He didn't trust it fully, trust took time, and Dudley had years of cruelty to account for. But he didn't reject it, either. Having an audience for his training wasn't unpleasant. And Dudley's questions, blunt as they were, sometimes made Harry think about his abilities in new ways. "Why does your nose bleed?" Dudley asked one afternoon. "Overexertion. Like if you ran too far too fast, you'd be sick. My body's adjusting to the energy output. So it's like exercise." Harry paused. He'd been thinking of his magic in abstract terms: force, will, intent. But Dudley's blunt, physical metaphor was actually useful. It was like exercise. The more he did, the stronger he got, and the overexertion symptoms were the magical equivalent of muscle fatigue. "Yeah," he said. "It's exactly like exercise. So you should warm up. And cool down. And eat more protein." Harry stared at Dudley. Dudley shrugged. "I watch the Olympics," he said defensively. "They talk about training." Harry started eating more protein. The nosebleeds decreased by half. 3 weeks into the new regime, on a humid Saturday morning, Harry's training was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling into the driveway of number 4 Privet Drive. He was in the garden, working on what he'd come to think of as shields, a defensive application of his force push ability. Instead of pushing outward, he was trying to hold force in a stable shape around himself, a barrier. It was brutally difficult. Maintaining a static shape required constant concentration, like holding a weight at arm's length. His current record was 47 seconds before the shield collapsed and he had to sit down and breathe. The car engine cut off. A door opened and closed. Footsteps on the gravel drive, then the front path. Harry dropped the shield and went inside, through the kitchen, into the hallway. Petunia was already at the front door, peering through the frosted glass. Her face was pinched with anxiety. "Who is it?" Harry asked. "Vernon's sister," Petunia whispered. "Marge." Harry's stomach tightened. "Aunt Marge." Vernon's sister, who bred bulldogs in the country and came to visit once or twice a year and was, if possible, even worse than Vernon. Marge Dursley hated Harry with a specific, personal venom that went beyond Vernon's general resentment. She saw Harry as evidence of poor breeding, a genetic defect, a stain on the Dursley family's otherwise spotless pedigree. Her visits were torment, days of insults, casual cruelty, and bulldog-related metaphors about discipline and bloodlines. "Did you know she was coming?" Harry asked. "Vernon invited her weeks ago. Before everything. I forgot." He must have forgotten to cancel. The doorbell rang. A solid, aggressive ring, the kind of doorbell push that said its owner expected to be admitted immediately. "Right," Harry said. "Let her in." "Harry, she doesn't know about any of this. If she sees you sitting at the table, in normal clothes, acting like, she'll say something. She always says something." "I know she does," Harry said calmly. "Let her in, Petunia." Petunia opened the door. Marge Dursley stood on the front step like a monument to her own certainty. She was a large woman, not fat in Vernon's soft way, but solid, broad, built like a woman who wrestled livestock and won. She wore a tweed jacket despite the heat, carried a leather suitcase in one hand and a bulldog in a travel crate in the other, and her face was already arranged in its default expression of disapproving evaluation. "Petunia." A nod, not quite a greeting. "Where's Vernon? And where's my dudders?" "Vernon's inside, Marge, I should tell you," but Marge was already pushing past her into the hallway, the bulldog crate bumping against the wall. She saw Harry standing at the far end of the hall and her lip curled. Ah. The boy. Still here, then. Still living off my brother's charity. She set the crate down and looked Harry up and down with the practiced eye of a woman who judged pedigrees for a living. "Scrawny as ever. Bad stock, that's the problem. If the dam's no good, the pup won't be either." "Hello, Marge," Harry said pleasantly. "How are the dogs?" Marge blinked, thrown by the civility. She recovered quickly. Don't you Marge me. It's Aunt Marge to you, if you've got any manners at all, which I doubt, given your parentage. Marge, Petunia said quickly. Oh, don't fuss, Petunia. The boy needs firm handling. Just like I told Vernon years ago, spare the rod, spoil the child. Or in this case, spare the rod, get a layabout with no prospects and no gratitude. Harry looked at Marge Dursley. She looked back at him, confident in her authority, secure in her position, utterly unaware that the world had changed. Come in, Harry said. I'll put the kettle on. Marge's eyebrows rose. She looked at Petunia, who had gone pale. Then she harumphed, picked up her crate, and marched into the living room, calling for Vernon and Dudley. Harry went to the kitchen and put the kettle on. Petunia followed, her face stricken. Harry, she whispered urgently. You have to be careful. She won't understand. If you do anything, if she sees anything, Petunia. Harry turned to her. I told you the first night. I'm not going to hide. I'm not going to pretend. And I'm definitely not going to sit in the cupboard while your sister-in-law insults my dead parents. She'll call the police. No, she won't. How do you know? Because nobody in this family wants to explain to the police why a 10-year-old was living in a cupboard for 9 years. Marge included. Petunia opened her mouth. Closed it. Harry could see her processing the logic, recognizing it as sound, hating that it was sound. Make tea, Harry said. I'll handle Marge. He carried the tea tray into the living room. Marge had installed herself in the best armchair, not Vernon's, the one with the better cushions, and released the bulldog, a squat, evil-looking creature called Ripper, who immediately began sniffing the carpet with territorial intent. Vernon was in his chair, looking constipated. Dudley was on the sofa, watching Harry with wide eyes that clearly communicated this is going to be bad. Tea, Marge. Harry set a cup in front of her. Properly prepared, milk first, strong brew, the way he'd been taught to serve it. Marge took it without thanks. Sit down, boy. I want a word. Harry sat. Not in the corner, not on the floor, not in the subordinate position Marge expected. He sat in the remaining armchair, the one opposite her, and crossed one ankle over the other, and waited. Vernon tells me you've been causing trouble, Marge said. She sipped her tea. Making demands. Acting above your station. Harry glanced at Vernon. Vernon was staring fixedly at the television, which wasn't on. He must have called Marge. A last-ditch attempt to reassert control by bringing in reinforcements. It was so transparently pathetic that Harry almost felt sorry for him. Almost. I wouldn't call it trouble, Harry said. I moved into a proper bedroom and started eating regular meals. That's not demanding, that's basic. Basic? Marge's eyebrows climbed. Let me tell you something about basic, boy. You were taken in out of the goodness of my brother's heart. Fed, clothed, sheltered. You should be on your knees thanking him every morning, not swanning about making demands. Marge, Harry said, I slept in a cupboard for 9 years. Marge waved her hand. Discipline. Structure. Every dog needs a crate. It teaches them their place. I'm not a dog. No, you're not. A dog has loyalty. She leaned forward. Let me tell you something about your parents, since nobody else seems willing. Your father was a drunk and a layabout, my father was a successful businessman who left me a substantial inheritance, Harry said evenly. And my mother was the most talented student in her year at school. You don't know anything about my parents, Marge. You never met them. Marge's face went mottled red. She wasn't used to being contradicted, especially not by children. In Marge's world, children were like dogs, they obeyed, or they were disciplined. There was no third option. How dare you speak to me like, I'm going to stop you there, Harry said, and his voice changed. Not louder. Quieter. Colder. The voice he'd used on Vernon the first night. You've come into this house, my house, where I live, and in the first 5 minutes, you've insulted my parents, called me a dog, and told me I should be grateful for being starved and locked in a cupboard. I want you to think very carefully about whether you'd like to continue down this path. Marge stood up. She was a big woman, bigger than Vernon, in some ways, because she carried her weight with the certainty of someone who'd never been physically afraid. She towered over Harry in the armchair. You listen to me, you ungrateful little, Ripper, the bulldog, growled. Not at Harry. At Marge. Marge looked down at her dog, startled. Ripper was backing away from Harry's chair, his tail between his legs, a low whine replacing the growl. He cowered against the sofa, trembling. Animals could sense it. Harry had noticed this with Mrs. Fig's cats, who watched him with intense, wary respect. His magic registered to them on some level, a predator's frequency, maybe, or simply an energy that their instincts recognized as significant. Marge looked from the cowering dog to Harry and something flickered across her face. Uncertainty. Not fear, Marge Dursley did not do fear, but a crack in the foundation. A moment of instinctual recognition that something in this room was not what it seemed. What did you do to Ripper? She demanded. Nothing. He's smarter than you are, that's all. Vernon. Marge turned to her brother, appealing to the old hierarchy. Are you going to let him talk to me like this? Vernon. Vernon was gripping the arms of his chair. He looked at Marge, then at Harry, and Harry watched the calculation happen in real time. Vernon could back his sister. He could rise to his feet, puff out his chest, play the patriarch. And then Harry would demonstrate, clearly and publicly, exactly why Vernon had spent the last 3 weeks in silent, impotent compliance. Or Vernon could swallow his pride and stay in his chair. Marge, Vernon said heavily. Sit down. What? Just, sit down. Please. Marge stared at her brother. Dudley stared at his father. Petunia, who had materialized in the doorway, stared at the carpet. The silence was thick and charged, and Harry sat in the middle of it like the calm center of a storm. Something's happened in this house, Marge said slowly. She looked at each of them in turn. Something you haven't told me. Marge, Harry said. Sit down. Have your tea. And I'll explain. She sat. Not because she wanted to. Because the room demanded it, and even Marge Dursley, for all her bluster, could read a room when the room was speaking loudly enough. Harry considered his options. He could demonstrate. A small show of force would end the conversation immediately, but it would also mean bringing Marge into the circle of people who knew what he could do, and the more people who knew, the more variables he had to manage. On the other hand, Marge was going to be a problem until she was managed. She'd keep pushing until someone pushed back. That was her nature. Let me put it simply, Harry said. I can do things that other people can't. Unusual things. Your brother has seen them. So has Petunia. So has Dudley. The dynamic in this house has changed, and it's not going to change back. I'm not mistreated anymore, I'm not locked up anymore, and I'm not insulted anymore. By anyone. He let the last 2 words settle. You're mad, Marge said flatly. Cup, Harry said, and Marge's teacup rose from the saucer, floated to eye level, tipped itself over to pour a thin stream of tea back into the cup, then righted itself and settled gently back onto the saucer. Not a drop spilled. Harry had been practicing fine motor control for 2 weeks, and it showed. Marge stared at the teacup. Her face went through several colors in succession. That's a trick. A string, or, the sofa Dudley was sitting on rose 2 feet off the ground. Dudley grabbed the armrest but didn't scream. He'd been watching Harry lift things for weeks and had developed a kind of casual comfort with it. The sofa hung there, stable and level, for 5 seconds, then lowered smoothly back to the carpet. "Not a trick," Harry said. Marge looked at the sofa. She looked at Dudley, who shrugged. She looked at Vernon, who was staring at his shoes. She looked at Petunia, who met her gaze for once and nodded, a small, grim nod of confirmation. "Good God," Marge whispered. "I'm not going to hurt anyone," Harry said. "I've never wanted to hurt anyone. I just want to live my life without being abused. That's all this is. A boy who can do unusual things, asking to be treated with basic decency. That's the whole story." Marge was quiet for a long time. Ripper crept out from behind the sofa and lay at her feet, whimpering softly. "Your mother," Marge said at last. "She was one of, she could do this?" "Yes." "And your father?" "Yes." "And Vernon knew?" "All this time, Vernon knew what you were?" "He knew. Petunia knew. They thought they could stamp it out of me." Marge looked at her brother. Vernon wouldn't meet her eyes. Something shifted in Marge's expression, not sympathy for Harry, not quite, but a reassessment. Marge Dursley was a woman who respected strength. She bred it into her dogs, she admired it in livestock, she cultivated it in herself. Weakness disgusted her. And seeing her brother, big, bluff Vernon, sitting cowed and silent in his own living room, diminished by a 10-year-old, was triggering a deep, instinctual recalibration. "Well," Marge said briskly. "Well, then." She picked up her tea and drank it. The cup trembled only slightly in her hand. "I suppose I owe you an apology," she said, each word extracted like a tooth. "About your parents. I didn't know." "No," Harry agreed. "You didn't. I won't pretend to understand this business." She gestured vaguely at the air where the teacup had floated. "But I know quality when I see it. And control like that," another vague gesture. "That's not the work of a weak animal." It was, Harry reflected, probably the closest thing to a compliment Marge Dursley had ever given him. "Thank you, Marge," he said. "It's still Aunt Marge," she said gruffly. "I'm still your aunt, whatever else you are." "Aunt Marge," Harry corrected, and something that might have been a smile ghosted across Marge's broad face. "She stayed for the weekend." It was awkward, strange, and not entirely unpleasant. Marge watched Harry with the keen, assessing eye of a woman evaluating a prize animal, and while her metaphors remained firmly canine, good strong temperament, she told Petunia in the kitchen, not bothering to lower her voice. "Wasted on that cupboard. You don't crate a wolfhound, Petunia, you give it room to run." There was a grudging respect in them that hadn't been there before. On Sunday afternoon, loading her suitcase and Ripper's crate into her car, Marge pulled Harry aside. "I don't know what you are," she said bluntly. "And I don't much care. But I know Vernon, and I know he'll never accept this. He'll smile and nod and go along until he sees a chance to put you back in that cupboard. Watch your back." "I always do," Harry said. "Good." She hesitated. Then, with the air of a woman doing something that cost her dearly, "You're a Dursley, whatever else you are. Family. Don't forget that." She got in her car and drove away. Harry stood on the front path and watched her go and thought that the world was full of surprises. Vernon made his move on a Wednesday night, 4.5 weeks after Harry had taken the cupboard lock. Harry had been expecting it. Not the timing, that was a surprise, but the attempt itself was inevitable. Vernon was not a man who could live indefinitely under someone else's authority, even when that authority had been demonstrated beyond any reasonable doubt. His pride wouldn't allow it. Marge had seen it. Petunia, in her way, had seen it. Even Dudley had probably seen it, in the confused, intuitive way that children see their parents' weaknesses. Vernon had been too quiet. Too compliant. Too perfectly well-behaved. Harry had noticed the shift 3 days ago, a subtle change in Vernon's body language, a purpose in his movements that hadn't been there before. He was planning something. Harry didn't try to find out what. He didn't snoop or spy or read Vernon's correspondence. He simply made sure his defenses were ready and waited. At 11:30 on Wednesday night, Harry was in bed, reading the theory of magical practice by the glow of a ball of soft light he'd learned to sustain indefinitely. His magical sensing was active, he kept it running at low intensity as a habit now, a constant background awareness of his surroundings. He could feel the blood wards pulsing at the boundaries of the property. He could feel Petunia and Dudley in their beds, their presences warm and muted with sleep. He could feel Vernon. Vernon was not in bed. Vernon was in the downstairs hallway, moving quietly, or as quietly as a man of Vernon's size could move, toward the front door. Harry tracked him with his sense. Vernon opened the front door. Cool night air wafted into the house. Vernon stepped outside. A car was parked on the street. Not Vernon's, a different car, dark-colored, with someone inside. Harry could feel the person, not magical, just a normal human presence, sharp and awake. Vernon walked to the car. The window rolled down. A conversation, too quiet for Harry to hear from upstairs. Harry got out of bed, went to his window, and looked down. Vernon was leaning into the car window, talking urgently to the driver. Harry couldn't see the driver's face, but he could see the shape, a large man, heavy-set. And he could see something on the car's dashboard that caught the streetlight. A badge. Or a folder. Something official. Vernon straightened up. The car drove away. Vernon came back inside, closed the front door, and went to bed. His movements had the satisfied, purposeful quality of a man who'd set a plan in motion. Harry went back to bed. He didn't sleep for a while. The next morning at breakfast, Vernon was almost cheerful. He ate his eggs with relish, read his newspaper, and even said, "Good morning," to Petunia with something approaching warmth. He didn't look at Harry, but his avoidance had a different quality now. Not the avoidance of defeat. The avoidance of anticipation. He was waiting for something. It arrived at 10 o'clock. Harry was in the garden, practicing shields. He was up to 2 minutes and 12 seconds now, the barrier a shimmering, nearly invisible dome around him, when the doorbell rang. Petunia answered it. Voices in the hallway. Harry dropped the shield, went inside, and found 2 people standing in the hall, a woman in a gray suit with a clipboard, and a man in a uniform. Police. Social services and police. Vernon had called social services and the police. The woman smiled at Harry, a professional, practiced smile. "Hello, love. My name is Sandra Cooper. I'm from Surrey County Council, Children's Services. Are you Harry?" "Yes," Harry said. "And this is Constable Morris." She indicated the policeman, who nodded. He was young, probably late 20s, and looked uncomfortable. "We've received a report of some concerns about your welfare. Mind if we have a chat?" Harry looked at Petunia, who was standing behind the social worker with a face like curdled milk. Then he looked past them, into the living room, where Vernon was sitting in his armchair with the television off, his hands on his knees, his face arranged in an expression of grave concern. Vernon had played his hand. He'd called social services, reported Harry as a disturbed, violent child, probably, and called the police for good measure. He was trying to get Harry removed from the house. Or committed. Or arrested. Or all 3. It was, Harry had to admit, the smartest thing Vernon could have done within the Muggle system. You couldn't beat the boy. You couldn't intimidate the boy. So you called the authorities and let the system handle him. Smart. But not smart enough. "Of course," Harry said. "Come in. Would you like some tea?" Sandra Cooper and Constable Morris sat in the living room. Petunia made tea, because she needed something to do with her hands. Vernon stayed in his chair, radiating wounded paternal concern. Dudley had been sent upstairs. "Now, Harry," Sandra said, her clipboard ready, her professional smile in place. "Mr. Dursley has expressed some concerns about your behavior recently. He says you've become aggressive, that you've threatened members of the family, and that he's worried for your safety and theirs." Harry nodded slowly. "I see. Did he mention the part where he's been hitting me for 9 years?" The room went very still. Sandra's smile faltered. Constable Morris straightened in his chair. Vernon's face drained of color. "That's a serious allegation, Harry," Sandra said carefully. "It's a serious thing," Harry said. He rolled up his left sleeve. The bruises from Vernon's last beating had faded to yellow-green, but they were still visible, fingerprint shapes on his upper arm, clearly adult-sized. He lifted his shirt. The rib bruises were darker, a map of pain across his left side. Sandra Cooper's professional composure cracked. Constable Morris stood up. "Those are 4 weeks old," Harry said, his voice steady. "From the last time my uncle hit me. Before that, he hit me at least once a month for as long as I can remember. I've had cracked ribs, black eyes, and bruises on every part of my body. I've been locked in a cupboard under the stairs, that's where I slept, in a cupboard, for 9 years. I can show you the cupboard if you like. It's still got my mattress in it." Sandra was writing rapidly. Constable Morris was looking at Vernon with an expression that had shifted from uncomfortable to something much harder. "Mr. Dursley," Morris said. "Is this true?" "He's lying," Vernon said. His voice was thick. "The boy is disturbed, I told you, would you like to see the cupboard?" Harry said. He stood and walked to the hallway. Sandra and Morris followed. Vernon stayed in his chair. Harry opened the cupboard door. The small mattress was still inside, thin and stained, along with a few of Harry's old possessions, broken toys from the dustbin that he'd scavenged years ago, a blanket with holes in it, the dead light bulb. Sandra Cooper looked at the cupboard. She looked at the mattress. She looked at the locks on the outside of the door, plural, because Vernon had added a second one 2 years ago when Harry's freakish incidents had increased. "Oh my God," she whispered. "There's more," Harry said. "But I think you get the picture." The next 2 hours were chaos. Constable Morris called for a senior officer. Sandra Cooper called her supervisor. Petunia was interviewed in the kitchen, where she confirmed, in a flat, defeated voice, that Harry had slept in the cupboard and that Vernon had administered physical discipline. Vernon was interviewed in the living room, where he alternated between denial, justification, and red-faced fury. Harry sat on the stairs and watched it all unfold. He'd turned Vernon's weapon against him. The authorities Vernon had called to remove Harry were now investigating Vernon. The narrative had flipped. Harry wasn't the disturbed child, he was the abused child. Vernon wasn't the concerned parent, he was the perpetrator. It was, Harry reflected, a kind of magic all its own. The magic of truth, weaponized. By early afternoon, the situation had crystallized. Vernon was strongly advised not to have unsupervised contact with Harry pending a full investigation. A child protection case was opened. Harry was examined by a doctor, a tired, kind woman who catalogued his old and new injuries with gentle hands and furious eyes, and the examination results were added to the case file. Vernon was not arrested. Not yet. But the threat hung over him like an executioner's blade, and the man who had spent 4.5 weeks planning his counterstrike sat in his armchair that evening looking like he'd aged 10 years. Harry made dinner that night. Pasta with sauce from a jar, nothing fancy. He set 4 places. They ate in silence. After dinner, Harry stopped at the living room door. "Vernon," he said. Vernon looked up. His eyes were red. "That was your one shot," Harry said. "You took it, and it backfired. I want you to understand that I didn't engineer this. I told the truth. That's all I did. The truth was enough. Vernon said nothing. We can still make this work, Harry said. The social worker is going to come back. There'll be check-ins, home visits. If they see a stable home, a boy with his own room, regular meals, no signs of abuse, the case will be manageable. You might have to take a parenting course. You might have to do community service. But you won't go to prison, and your reputation won't be destroyed, and life on Privet Drive will go on. He paused. Or you can fight me again, he said. And next time, I won't just tell the truth. I'll tell all of it. Every detail, every incident, every scar. And I'll ask Dudley to tell his version too. And Petunia. Vernon's jaw worked. Your choice, Harry said. Same as always. He went upstairs, sealed his door, and lay on his bed. The stone from the box was on his bedside table. He picked it up and held it, feeling its warmth, feeling the way it amplified his senses. The blood wards pulsed. Mrs. Figg's house hummed. And far away, at the edges of his perception, the wider magical world shimmered. 14 months until Hogwarts. Actually, closer to 13 now. The days were passing. But Harry was patient. He'd learned patience in the dark. And the dark was behind him now. He closed his eyes and felt his power hum, warm and deep and growing, and he slept. Chapter 3, The Boy Who Learned Summer thickened over little whinging. The days grew long and heavy with heat, the kind of English summer that turned suburban gardens into ovens and made the pavement shimmer like water. Privet Drive baked under a relentless sun, and the neighbors retreated behind closed curtains and electric fans, venturing out only to water their lawns or argue about hosepipe bans. Harry barely noticed the heat. He'd discovered he could regulate his own temperature. It had happened by accident during a morning training session, 3 days after the social services incident. He'd been working on sustained force projection, holding a shield while simultaneously levitating objects, trying to build his multitasking capacity, and the July sun had been brutal, sweat running down his face and soaking through his shirt. He'd thought, irritably and without real intent, I wish I weren't so bloody hot, and something had shifted inside him. A coolness, spreading outward from his core, not external but internal, like his body had adjusted its own thermostat. He'd stood in the blazing garden in perfect comfort while the patio furniture radiated heat waves around him. Temperature regulation. He added it to the notebook, which was growing thick with observations, sketches, and measurements. He'd organized it into sections: kinetic abilities, telekinesis, force projection, shields, transformative abilities, shrinking, mending, growing, sensory abilities, magical sensing, temperature perception, and a growing category he'd labeled biological, that included temperature regulation, the hair growth incident, and a new discovery: he could accelerate his own healing. The healing had come from the ribs. 6 weeks after Vernon's last beating, they should have been fully mended on their own, but Harry had been impatient. He'd placed his hands over the injured area, focused inward instead of outward, and pushed the way he pushed when he mended broken twigs. The pain had flared white-hot for about 3 seconds, then faded to warmth, then to nothing. When he pressed the spot afterward, the deep ache was gone. He couldn't heal everything. A small cut on his hand from a kitchen knife, he tried deliberately, and regretted it, closed slowly under his focus, but it took 10 minutes of concentration and left him dizzy. Major injuries would probably be beyond him. But accelerated recovery from bruises and minor fractures was well within his range, and it fundamentally changed his relationship with physical vulnerability. He wasn't fragile anymore. He wasn't sure he'd ever been fragile, exactly, but he'd been breakable, a small body in a hostile house, subject to the violence of people bigger and meaner than him. Now, even if someone managed to hurt him, he could fix it. The knowledge settled into him like armor. Mrs. Figg noticed the change. "You're walking differently," she said one afternoon, setting down a plate of biscuits, real biscuits now, chocolate digestives from the good tin, none of the stale rubbish she'd served when she was pretending to be boring. Taller. More present. I've been eating properly for 6 weeks, Harry said. That helps. It's not just that. She studied him over her teacup. Mr. Tibbles was in Harry's lap, purring loudly. The cats had shifted from wary respect to outright adoration over the past weeks, gravitating to Harry whenever he visited, piling onto him like furry satellites. You carry yourself like someone who knows what they're capable of. Like someone who isn't afraid. I'm not afraid, Harry said. Should I be? Mrs. Fig was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore will find out eventually. About all of this. About you training, about me telling you things. I've been careful, I haven't sent my usual reports, I've been giving him vague updates through the flu, saying everything's normal. But he has other ways of knowing. Like what? I'm not sure. But he always seems to know things. There are rumors he has monitoring charms on you, or on the house. I've never been able to detect them, but I'm a squib, I wouldn't be able to. Harry considered this. He'd been running his magical sensing regularly, mapping the energy patterns around number 4. The blood wards were obvious, a massive, complex structure woven into the foundations. But he'd also detected something else, subtler, nested inside the wards like a whisper inside a shout. Thin threads of magic that didn't seem to serve a protective function. They pulsed intermittently, like a heartbeat, and they were oriented outward, not shielding the house, but transmitting something from it. Monitoring charms. Dumbledore was watching him. Or at least, watching the house. I think you're right, Harry told Mrs. Fig. There are monitoring spells on the property. I can feel them. Her teacup stopped halfway to her mouth. You can feel monitoring charms. Harry, those are incredibly subtle magic. Professional cursebreakers sometimes can't detect them. They pulse. Like a heartbeat. There are, he closed his eyes, reaching out with his sense. 3 of them. One tied to the front door, one to my old cupboard, and one to me. Tied to me specifically. It moves when I move. Mrs. Fig set her cup down with a click. He put a tracker on you. Looks like it. Can you remove it? Harry had been thinking about this. The monitoring charm attached to him was delicate, a thread of foreign magic woven into his own energy field, so subtle that he'd missed it for weeks until his sensing ability had sharpened enough to distinguish it from his own signature. Removing it would be like pulling a single thread from a tapestry without disturbing the rest. Probably, he said. But I'm not going to. Not yet. Why not? Because if I remove it, Dumbledore will know I found it. Right now, it's telling him I'm at number 4 Privet Drive, living a normal life. That's exactly what I want him to think. Mrs. Fig stared at him. You're 10 years old, she said faintly. Almost. Birthday's in 3 weeks. You think like I don't know what you think like. I think like someone who grew up in a cupboard, Harry said. You learn to plan ahead when you've got nothing else to do. He bit into a chocolate digestive and changed the subject. Tell me about wands. How do you get one? Ollivanders, Mrs. Fig said, still looking slightly shaken. In Diagon Alley. He's the best wand maker in Britain. You go in, you try wands until one chooses you. The wand chooses the wizard, that's how it works. What determines the match? The materials. Each wand has a wood and a core, the core is a magical substance inside the wand. Phoenix feather, unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, those are the main 3. The combination of wood and core produces a wand with certain affinities. Temperament, almost. And each wizard has their own magical signature. When the 2 align, the wand responds. But I'm already doing magic without a wand. Why would I need one? Precision, dear. Range. Efficiency. What you're doing now is remarkable, but it's like, she searched for an analogy. It's like building a house with your bare hands. You can do it, but give you proper tools and you'll build it faster and better. So a wand wouldn't replace what I can do. It would add to it. I think so. Though I'm honestly not sure there's a precedent for someone with your level of wandless ability also using a wand. Most wizards can barely manage wandless magic at all. Harry filed this away. Diagon Alley. Ollivanders. A wand that would choose him. He had questions about the process, about the economics. Did wands cost money? How much? He had an inheritance at Gringotts, apparently, but no way to access it yet. Mrs. Fig. Is there a way to get to Diagon Alley without going through the official channels? Without Hogwarts or Dumbledore knowing? You want to go to Diagon Alley? Now. Before your letter. I want to see it. I want to know what I'm walking into before someone walks me into it. Mrs. Fig chewed her lip. She did this when she was weighing risks. Harry had noticed the habit weeks ago. It meant she was considering something she knew she shouldn't. The Leaky Cauldron, she said finally. It's a pub on Charing Cross Road in London. Muggles can't see it, there's a charm. But you're a wizard, so you'd see it fine. Through the pub, there's a courtyard, and in the courtyard there's a brick wall. You tap the right bricks with a wand and the wall opens into Diagon Alley. I don't have a wand. No. But the wall responds to magic, not specifically to wands. If you can push magic into the bricks in the right pattern. She trailed off, looking at him. You could probably do it, couldn't you? Which bricks? She told him. 3 up and 2 across from the dustbin, tapped in sequence. Harry memorized the pattern. I need to go to London, he said. Harry, you're 10. You can't just, I can take the train. I've seen the station. Little Whinging to Waterloo, then the tube to, what's the nearest stop to Charing Cross Road? Leicester Square, probably. Or Charing Cross itself. Mrs. Fig's voice had taken on the resigned quality of someone who knew they were going to lose this argument and was getting it over with. You'll need money. Muggle money for the train, wizard money for Diagon Alley. I've got some Muggle money. Harry had been quietly accumulating coins, change left on counters, fallen from pockets, found in sofa cushions. It wasn't much, but it was enough for a train ticket. Wizard money, I'll figure out. Gringotts. Your vault. But you'd need your key, and I don't know where it is. Dumbledore probably has it. Of course he did. Another piece of Harry's life, held in someone else's hands. Harry's jaw tightened, then relaxed. One problem at a time. I'll go to Diagon Alley first and figure out Gringotts when I get there, he said. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Harry, Mrs. Fig. He looked at her steadily. I've been locked in a box for 9 years. I've spent 6 weeks training in a suburban garden. I need to see the world I come from. I need to understand it. And I need to do it before someone else decides when and how I get to see it. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, worn leather purse. Wizard money, she said. It's not much, a few galleons, some sickles and nuts. My emergency fund. Take it. Harry took the purse. It was heavier than it looked. He could feel the coins inside, and with his magical sense, he could feel something else, a faint enchantment on the purse itself, a minor charm that made it slightly larger on the inside than the outside. Thank you, he said. And he meant it for more than the money. Harry left early the next morning, before the Dursleys were awake. He'd told Petunia the night before that he'd be out for the day. She hadn't asked where. They'd settled into a pattern where Petunia accepted Harry's comings and goings without question, a tacit agreement that gave both of them space. Vernon was at work. Dudley was still asleep, as Dudley always was before 10 in the summer. The walk to Little Whinging Station took 20 minutes. Harry had dressed in the best of Dudley's altered clothes, a dark t-shirt shrunk to fit, jeans with the legs shortened, trainers that were only slightly too large. He didn't look fashionable, but he looked presentable, which was all he needed. He kept his fringe down over his scar out of habit, not concealment. Mrs. Fig had told him that Harry Potter was famous in the wizarding world, and while he wasn't hiding, he also wasn't interested in being recognized before he was ready. The train was a revelation. Not the train itself, it was a perfectly ordinary suburban railway, but the act of being on it. Harry sat by the window and watched the landscape change as Little Whinging gave way to the outskirts of London, terraced houses and industrial estates and car parks flowing past, and he realized that this was the farthest he'd ever been from Privet Drive on his own. The farthest he'd ever been from the cupboard. He felt the blood wards thin as the train carried him away from Little Whinging. At 5 miles, they were a faint shimmer at the back of his awareness. At 10 miles, they were gone. The monitoring charm attached to him pulsed steadily, transmitting his location back to wherever Dumbledore was receiving the signal. Harry considered the implications. Dumbledore would know he'd left Privet Drive. Would that trigger a response? Would someone come looking? Possibly. But Harry was betting that a 10-year-old taking a train to London wouldn't register as a crisis. The monitoring charm tracked location, but it probably didn't convey context. Dumbledore would see a blip moving toward London and might assume the Dursleys had taken him on an outing. By the time anyone investigated, Harry would be back. Waterloo Station was enormous and overwhelming and thrilling. Harry navigated the crowd with the focus of someone who'd spent years learning to move through hostile environments without being noticed, a skill honed in Dudley's school corridors, where visibility meant vulnerability. He found the tube, bought a ticket with coins, and rode the Northern Line to Leicester Square. Charing Cross Road was busy. Tourists, shoppers, street performers, traffic. Harry walked south along the road, scanning the buildings on the left side, and felt it before he saw it, a pulse of magic, warm and inviting, nestled between a bookshop and a record store. The Leaky Cauldron. To Muggle eyes, there was nothing there. Harry could tell. The pedestrians flowed past the spot without a glance, their eyes sliding off at the way water slid off glass. But to Harry, it was vivid. A small, dark pub front, the sign hanging crooked, the door slightly ajar, a warm golden light spilling from inside. He pushed the door open and stepped in. The noise hit him first. The Leaky Cauldron was packed, not with the lunch crowd of a normal London pub, but with witches and wizards. They sat at dark wooden tables, drinking from pewter mugs and talking in animated clusters. Owls perched on rafters. A fire burned in the grate despite the summer heat. The barman, a stooped, bald man with a gummy smile, was polishing glasses behind a long bar. And everywhere, magic. Harry's senses lit up like a fireworks display. Every person in this room was magical. Every object, every surface, every pint glass and chair and floorboard was suffused with it. After weeks of sensing faint traces in the Muggle world, the blood wards, Mrs. Fig's house, his own power, this was like stepping from a dim room into full sunlight. The sheer density of magical energy was dizzying. Harry stood in the doorway and breathed it in and felt, for the first time in his life, like he was standing in a place where he belonged. Nobody paid him much attention. A scruffy 10-year-old in slightly oversized clothes didn't register in a pub full of people wearing robes and pointed hats. Harry crossed the room, skirting tables and dodging a witch carrying 3 levitating tankards, and made his way to the back. The courtyard was small, grimy, and entirely unremarkable, a few dustbins, a brick wall, nothing else. Harry stood in front of the wall and reached out with his sense. He could feel the enchantment, a complex pattern woven into the bricks, dormant, waiting to be activated. The pattern was intricate, beautiful in its way, like a lock made of light. 3 up from the dustbin. 2 across. Harry raised his hand and pressed his palm against the first brick. He pushed magic into it, not a lot, just a pulse, the way you'd push a button. The brick quivered. He moved to the second. The third. The fourth. The fifth. The wall began to move. Bricks shuffled and rearranged, folding back on themselves like a living puzzle, and an archway opened, and beyond it, Diagon Alley. Harry stared. The alley stretched before him, narrow and winding, cobblestoned, lined with shops that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd heard a description of a street but had never seen one and had decided to improvise wildly. Buildings leaned at impossible angles, held up by magic rather than engineering. Signs swung from iron brackets, flourish and blots, quality Quidditch supplies, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Elop's Owl Emporium. Witches and wizards crowded the narrow street, shopping, arguing, eating ice cream from a parlor called Fortescue's. An owl swooped overhead carrying a package. A stack of cauldrons in front of one shop was self-arranging, the cauldrons nesting themselves by size with little metallic clanks. It was mad. It was wonderful. It was real. Harry stepped through the archway and into his world. He walked the length of the alley twice, taking it in. Every shop was a discovery. The apothecary with its window full of strange ingredients in glass jars. The bookshop, flourish and blots, for stories tall, books flying between shelves like pigeons. The Quidditch supply shop where a crowd of children pressed their faces against the glass, staring at a broomstick on a velvet display stand. The ice cream parlor where a man who was probably Fortescue himself was serving enormous sundaes to a family of redheads, 2 parents and what looked like 6 or 7 children, all with the same bright copper hair. Harry paused at that. The red-headed family was loud, cheerful, chaotic, the mother scolding, the father laughing, the children arguing and teasing and stealing each other's ice cream. A family. A big, noisy, loving, magical family. He watched them for a moment, then moved on. Gringotts stood at the far end of the alley, white marble, imposing, with bronze doors flanked by 2 goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms. The goblins were small, sharp-featured, with long fingers and dark, clever eyes. They watched the passing crowd with an expression that suggested they found the whole concept of wizard kind mildly tiresome. Harry approached the doors. The goblins' eyes tracked him, alert and assessing. He could feel their magic, different from human magic, denser, more metallic, like the difference between gold and copper. "I'd like to inquire about an account," Harry said. The nearest goblin looked him up and down. "Name?" "Harry Potter." The goblin's expression didn't change, but his colleague's did, a sharp, quick flicker of interest, immediately suppressed. "Do you have your key, Mr. Potter?" "No. I believe it's being held by a third party without my authorization. I'd like to discuss my options." Both goblins looked at him. Then they looked at each other. A conversation passed between them in a glance, the kind of silent communication that Harry recognized from years of watching the Dursleys, except the goblins were better at it. "Come inside," the first goblin said. The interior of Gringotts was vast, marble-floored, lit by enormous chandeliers. Goblins sat at high counters along both walls, weighing coins, examining gems, writing in ledgers with long quill pens. The air hummed with magic, layered, complex, ancient. Harry's senses struggled to process the density of it. There were wards here that made the blood protections on Privet Drive look like tissue paper. He was led to a side office, smaller and more private, with a single desk and 2 chairs. The goblin behind the desk was older than the ones at the door, his face more lined, his eyes sharper, his suit, an actual Muggle-style suit, tailored to his small frame, immaculate. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, not rising. "I am Grip Hook. I manage the Potter accounts. Please sit." Harry sat. "Thank you for seeing me. It is not often that we see vault holders who have never visited their own vault." Griphook's tone was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the undercurrent. Disapproval. Not of Harry, of whoever had kept him away. "You say your key is held by a third party?" "Albus Dumbledore, I believe. He's been acting as my magical guardian." "Acting as, yes." Griphook opened a ledger, A massive, leather-bound book that seemed to contain far more pages than its size should allow. He ran a long finger down a column. Mr. Dumbledore presented himself as your guardian shortly after your parents' death and took possession of the Potter Vault key. He has not, to our knowledge, filed formal guardianship papers with the Wizengamot. Harry leaned forward slightly. So his guardianship isn't legally established? That would be a question for wizard law, Mr. Potter, and goblins do not presume to interpret wizard law. We note only that no formal documentation exists in our records. Can I access my vault without the key? A blood verification would suffice. Your identity is not in question, the wards recognized you the moment you entered the building. Griphook's thin lips twitched. We can issue a new key, which would automatically void the old one. The implications of that were immediate and significant. If Harry got a new key, Dumbledore's key would stop working. Dumbledore would know Harry had visited Gringotts. The monitoring charm was already tracking his location. If Dumbledore was paying attention, he'd see that Harry was in Diagon Alley. Was Harry ready for that? He thought about it for 3 seconds. Do it, he said. Very well. Griphook produced a small knife, gold-handled, wickedly sharp, and a piece of parchment. A drop of blood on the parchment, please. Harry pricked his finger. A single drop of blood fell onto the parchment and immediately began to move, spreading into lines and shapes, forming words. Harry watched his own identity write itself out in crimson ink. Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980 parents, James Fleamont Potter, deceased, Lily Jane Potter née Evans, deceased, vault, 687, trust, 712, family, 2 vaults. Harry said. The trust vault was established at your birth, a standard allowance for expenses until you reach majority. The family vault is the main Potter repository. It requires the head of house to access, and you will not qualify as head of house until you turn 17, or unless you are emancipated. What's in the trust vault? Griphook consulted the ledger. Approximately 31,000 galleons, 400 sickles, and assorted nuts. This figure represents the original deposit plus 9 years of modest interest. Harry had no frame of reference for wizarding currency. How much is that in Muggle money? The current exchange rate is approximately £5 to the galleon. Your trust vault contains roughly £155,000. Harry sat very still. £155,000. He'd been sleeping in a cupboard, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, going hungry, for 9 years. And there had been £155,000 sitting in a vault with his name on it. He breathed through the rage. It was getting easier, but it never got easy. I'd like to make a withdrawal, Harry said. And I'd like the new key. Griphook produced the key, small, gold, gleaming, and a leather pouch. How much would you like to withdraw? 50 galleons to start. And, can I exchange some for Muggle currency? Of course. We offer exchange services at the main counter. Then 50 galleons in wizard money and £200 in Muggle. Griphook made a note. I should inform you, Mr. Potter, that there have been 2 attempted access requests on your trust vault in the past 9 years, both by Mr. Dumbledore, both denied per your parents' will. Your parents specified that only the vault holder or a guardian with filed Wizengamot documentation could make withdrawals. So Dumbledore had tried to access his money. And failed, because his guardianship was unofficial. Harry added this to the growing file in his head labeled things Dumbledore has done without authorization. My parents' will, Harry said. Is there a copy? Griphook opened a drawer and produced a scroll, sealed with wax, the Potter crest pressed into it. This is the Gringotts filed copy. Would you like to read it? Harry took the scroll. His hands were steady. He broke the seal and unrolled it. The will was written in his father's handwriting, looser and more sprawling than Lily's precise script, but clear. Harry read it carefully, twice, absorbing every clause. James and Lily Potter had left everything to Harry. The family vault, the trust vault, the properties. Harry paused. Properties. Plural. There was a cottage in Godric's Hollow, described as the family home, and a flat in London, described as the safe house. Both were held in trust until Harry reached majority. The will named a guardian. Not Dumbledore. Sirius Black, described as Harry's godfather and our closest friend. Harry looked up. Who is Sirius Black? Griphook's expression shifted. The professional neutrality cracked, just slightly, replaced by something more careful. Sirius Black is currently incarcerated in Azkaban prison. He was convicted of the murders of 12 Muggles and 1 wizard, Peter Pettigrew, in November 1981. He is also widely believed to have been the one who betrayed your parents' location to the Dark Lord. The words hung in the air of the small office. Harry's godfather. His parents' chosen guardian for him. Convicted of murder and betrayal. He read the will again. Sirius Black, our closest friend. We trust him with our son's life. Either his parents had been catastrophically wrong about Sirius Black, or the story was more complicated than the conviction suggested. Harry didn't know which, and he wasn't going to speculate without more information. But he filed it under critical questions and moved on. What happened to the guardianship when Black was imprisoned? Wizarding law would have assigned a new guardian through the Wizengamot. As I mentioned, no formal documentation of such an assignment exists in our records. Mr. Dumbledore assumed the role informally. Informally. Without legal authority. Without Harry's parents' designation. Dumbledore had simply stepped in, placed Harry with the Dursleys, and acted as his guardian for 9 years without ever making it official. Which meant, technically, legally, nobody was Harry's guardian. He was a ward of nothing. An unassigned child in the wizarding legal system. The Dursleys had Muggle authority over him, but that was Muggle law, and Harry was increasingly aware that he existed in 2 legal systems simultaneously. Griphook, Harry said. I have one more question. Yes, Mr. Potter. If I wanted to, in the future, petition for emancipation, either in the wizarding world or the Muggle one, what would that require? Griphook's thin lips curved into something that was almost, but not quite, a smile. In the wizarding world, emancipation can be granted by the Wizengamot upon evidence that the minor is capable of managing their own affairs. In practice, it is rarely sought and even more rarely granted. It typically requires a demonstration of magical competence, financial stability, and, he paused delicately, the absence of a suitable guardian. The absence of a suitable guardian, Harry repeated. Like, for instance, a guardian who was never formally appointed. Precisely like that, Mr. Potter. They looked at each other. A goblin and a 10-year-old, both sharp, both calculating, both operating several moves ahead. I think we'll be doing business for a long time, Griphook, Harry said. I believe we will, Mr. Potter. Is there anything else? Not today. Thank you. Harry left Gringotts with gold in his pocket, a key around his neck on a conjured chain. He'd made the chain himself, in the lobby, concentrating hard and pulling metal from the air, or from somewhere. He wasn't entirely sure of the physics, and the goblin who'd watched him do it had dropped his quill, and a head full of new information. He spent the next 3 hours in Diagon Alley. He went to Flourish and Blots first, because knowledge was the thing he needed most. The bookshop was a labyrinth, 4 floors of shelves that rearranged themselves, books that whispered their titles as you passed, a whole section behind a velvet rope labeled, Restricted, Ask for Assistance. Harry ignored the restricted section and headed for the educational shelves. He bought the first-year Hogwarts textbook set, because it was the foundation he'd need. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. He also bought 3 books that weren't on the Hogwarts list: Advanced Theory of Wandless Magic by Perpetua Fancourt, a Clemency, The Art of Mental Defense by a witch named Cassandra Vablitsky, and The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, which he pulled from the history section because it was the thickest book on Voldemort he could find. The stack cost him 12 galleons and he had to shrink it to fit in his pocket, which he did in the middle of the shop without thinking, and a witch browsing nearby stared at him with her mouth open. "Excuse me," the witch said. "Did you just, without a wand?" "Sorry," Harry said, and left. He browsed the other shops more carefully after that, keeping his magic in check. He looked at wands through the window of Ollivander's, a dusty, narrow shop with a single wand on a faded velvet cushion in the display, but didn't go in. He wasn't ready for a wand yet. He wanted to push his wandless abilities further before adding a new variable. And besides, buying a wand would probably trigger some kind of notification. The ministry tracked wand purchases, Mrs. Fig had mentioned. Better to wait. He ate ice cream at Fortescue's. 2 scoops, chocolate and something called butterbeer ripple that tasted like cream soda and caramel and happiness. He sat at an outdoor table and watched the crowd and let himself just be, a boy eating ice cream on a summer day, surrounded by magic, anonymous and free. The red-headed family from earlier passed by again, the children in a ragged column with the parents bringing up the rear. 2 of the children, twins, Harry thought, identical, about 12, were arguing loudly about something called a dung bomb while their mother threatened consequences. A younger boy, about Harry's age, trailed behind looking bored and left out. The younger boy caught Harry's eye as he passed. He looked at Harry, Harry looked at him, and for a moment there was that brief, mutual assessment that boys do, sizing each other up, deciding friend or foe, interesting or boring. The red-headed boy's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, the scar, visible where the wind had pushed his fringe aside, and widened. Harry smoothed his hair back down and looked away. The family moved on. Famous. He was famous in this world. The boy who lived. A celebrity before he could walk, known for something he didn't remember and didn't understand. It was strange and uncomfortable and he didn't like it. Fame was attention, and attention was the opposite of control. He finished his ice cream, left a sickle on the table, and headed back to the leaky cauldron. The journey home was uneventful. Train from Waterloo to Little Whinging, walk from the station to Privet Drive, the blood wards warming around him as he entered their range like stepping into a bath. The monitoring charm on his person hadn't changed its behavior, the same steady pulse, transmitting location and nothing else. If Dumbledore had noticed his trip to London, there was no sign of it. Harry let himself into number 4, went upstairs, unsealed and closed his door, and emptied his pockets. Books, shrunken to the size of matchboxes, returned to full size on his bed. A leather pouch of gold, silver, and bronze coins. A gold key on a chain. A scroll, a copy of his parents' will, which Griphook had given him at his request. Harry looked at the spread of items on his bed and felt the weight of what he'd learned settling on him. Not crushing, orienting. Like a compass needle swinging to north. He had money. He had knowledge. He had power that was growing daily. He had a name that meant something in the world he was entering. He had parents who'd loved him and a godfather who might or might not have betrayed them. He had a prophecy he didn't know the contents of, a scar that connected him to a dark lord who might not be dead, and an unofficial guardian who watched him through monitoring charms and had tried to access his vault. The picture was taking shape. Not complete, nowhere near complete, but the outlines were emerging. He opened The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and began to read. August arrived, and with it, Harry's birthday. He'd never had a birthday party. He'd never had a birthday present. The Dursleys didn't celebrate his birthday, they celebrated Dudley's, extravagantly, with piles of gifts and outings and cake, while Harry was given nothing. He'd learned early to treat July 31st as just another day. This year was different. He woke on the morning of his 10th birthday to find a card on the kitchen table. A proper birthday card, with a picture of a cake on the front and "Happy Birthday" in gold letters. Inside, in Petunia's careful handwriting, "Happy Birthday, Harry." From Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley. Vernon's name was obviously added under duress. But Petunia's and Dudley's were genuine, or as genuine as anything could be in their fractured household. There was also a package. Small, wrapped in newspaper because Petunia hadn't had time to get proper wrapping paper, or hadn't wanted to draw attention to the fact that she was wrapping a gift for Harry. Inside was a wristwatch. Not new, it had the slightly worn look of a second-hand purchase, but functional and clean, with a leather band and a round face. It was in the charity shop, Petunia said from the kitchen doorway. She was wiping her hands on a tea towel, not meeting his eyes. "I know it's not much. It's the first birthday present I've ever received," Harry said. "Thank you." Petunia's hands twisted the tea towel. She nodded once and disappeared back into the kitchen. Harry put the watch on. It fit perfectly. Dudley's contribution came later, after breakfast, a chocolate bar, king-sized, still in its wrapper. "I didn't eat any of it," Dudley said, which was possibly the most generous thing Dudley Dursley had ever done. Mrs. Figg gave him a cake. A real cake, homemade, slightly lopsided, with green icing and the words, "Happy Birthday Harry," piped in wobbly white letters. She'd made it herself, she said, and she was sorry it wasn't better, she'd never been much of a baker. Harry ate 2 slices and told her it was the best cake he'd ever had, which was both technically true and completely sincere. 10 years old, Mrs. Figg said, watching him eat. 1 year until your letter. 11 months, Harry corrected. But I'm not waiting for the letter. I'm waiting to be ready. He spent his birthday afternoon in the garden, training. He'd moved beyond basic exercises now, his routine was structured, progressive, designed around the principles he'd found in both the Wandless magic books and Dudley's surprisingly useful exercise analogy. Warm-up, fine motor control, levitating small objects in complex patterns. Strength work, heavy lifting, sustained shields, force projection at maximum range. Skill work, new applications, combinations, experiments. Cool down, magical sensing, meditation, recovery. Today, on his birthday, he tried something new. Flight. He'd been building toward it for weeks. The weight reduction ability was well established, he could make himself feel nearly weightless, floating on his toes like an astronaut on the moon. The force projection was strong enough to push against the ground with significant power. The theory was simple: reduce weight, push upward, achieve lift. The practice was terrifying. He stood in the center of the garden, reduced his weight to almost nothing, and pushed downward with his force. The ground cracked slightly under the pressure, he'd need to fix that, and Harry rose. 1 foot. 2 feet. 3. His stomach lurched. There was nothing under him. Nothing holding him up except his own will, his own power, his own refusal to fall. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong, that humans didn't float, that gravity was a law and he was breaking it. He breathed. He held the push. He rose to 5 feet, then 8, then 10. He was above the garden fence. He could see the Hendersons' yard, the Pattersons' roof, the whole of Privet Drive laid out below him. He could see beyond the street to the park where Dudley's gang chased smaller children, and beyond that to the school, and beyond that to the green spread of Surrey, endless and ordinary and beautiful from up here. Harry hovered at 15 feet and laughed. He couldn't help it. It bubbled out of him, pure and joyful and uncontrolled, the laugh of a boy who had spent 9 years in a cupboard discovering that he could fly. He pushed higher. 20 feet. 30. The wind caught him and he wobbled, the force destabilizing, and for one heart-stopping second he dropped, 3 feet, 4, before he caught himself and steadied. His nose was bleeding. His head throbbed. The energy cost of sustained flight was enormous, far more than anything else he'd attempted, because it required constant output with zero rest. He descended slowly, carefully, touching down on the patio with a gentleness that belied the chaos of his heart rate. Dudley was standing at the back door, mouth open. "You just flew," Dudley said. "Yeah." Harry wiped his nose. He was grinning. He couldn't stop grinning. "Happy birthday to me." The weeks after his birthday blurred together in a rhythm of training, reading, and discovery. Harry devoured the Hogwarts textbooks. The Standard Book of Spells described wand techniques that he adapted for wandless use. The levitation charm was redundant, he could already levitate, but the unlocking charm gave him a framework for his lock manipulation that made it more efficient. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was revelatory. It described the theory behind changing one object into another, and Harry spent 3 days turning pebbles into buttons and back again, mastering the mental architecture of transformation. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection was the book he returned to most often. It described hexes, jinxes, and curses, offensive magic, the kind designed to harm. Harry studied it with clinical interest. He wasn't planning to hurt anyone, but he was planning to be unhurtable, and you couldn't defend against something you didn't understand. The Occlumency book was harder. Occlumency, the art of defending your mind against magical intrusion, was described as an advanced discipline, rarely taught, brutally difficult to master. It required building mental walls, organizing thoughts, controlling emotions. The book was dense and theoretical, and Harry struggled with it for the first week before something clicked. He'd been building mental walls his entire life. Every time he'd kept his face blank while Vernon screamed. Every time he'd swallowed his fear and his rage and presented a calm surface to the world. Every time he'd retreated into his own head in the cupboard, organizing his thoughts into neat rows, cataloging information, planning. He'd been practicing occlumency without knowing it for 9 years. Once he recognized the connection, progress was rapid. He could feel the mental barriers he'd already built, rough, instinctive, but solid, and the book's techniques gave him tools to refine and strengthen them. Within 2 weeks, he could construct a wall of pure mental focus that blocked his own surface thoughts from his awareness, creating a calm, empty space in his mind. Whether it would hold against an actual legilimens, a mind reader, he had no way to test. But the structure was there. The rise and fall of the dark arts filled in the picture of the war. Voldemort had risen in the late 1960s, gathered followers from the pure-blood supremacist fringe, and waged a campaign of terror that lasted over a decade. The Death Eaters, his inner circle, had included some of the most powerful and wealthy wizarding families in Britain. The Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's resistance group, had fought back, but they'd been losing. People had disappeared, been tortured, been killed. The Ministry had been infiltrated. Trust had collapsed. Neighbor suspected neighbor. Parents feared for their children. And then, on Halloween night 1981, Voldemort had gone to Godric's Hollow and murdered James and Lily Potter and tried to murder their infant son, and something had gone wrong, and the most feared Dark Lord in a century had been destroyed by a baby. The book didn't explain how. Nobody knew how. The leading theory was that Lily's sacrificial protection, dying to save her son, had created a magical shield that reflected the killing curse back on its caster. But this was speculation. The truth was a mystery, and the mystery was Harry. He read about the aftermath. The celebrations. The trials. The Death Eaters who claimed they'd been acting under the Imperious Curse, a mind control spell, and were acquitted. The ones who were convicted and sent to Azkaban. The ones who disappeared. And Sirius Black. His godfather. Described in the book as Voldemort's most loyal servant, the man who'd betrayed the Potter's hiding place, then murdered 12 muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew in a crowded street, leaving nothing but a crater and Pettigrew's finger. Harry read this account 3 times. Then he closed the book and thought. His parents will name Sirius Black as their most trusted friend. Their chosen guardian for their son. The will had been written before the betrayal, obviously, but it had been written by people who knew they were in danger, who knew there was a spy somewhere close, who were taking precautions. Would they have named a guardian they had any doubts about? Would they have trusted their son's life to someone they weren't absolutely certain of? Maybe. People misjudged each other all the time. Trust was fragile, and betrayal was the oldest story in the world. But something nagged at Harry. A loose thread in the narrative that he couldn't quite pull free. He put it aside. He had more immediate concerns. The social services case was progressing. Sandra Cooper had visited twice more, once announced, once unannounced. Both times, she'd found Harry in his own room, well-fed, properly clothed, and visibly healthy. Vernon had been polite to the point of obsequiousness. "Yes, ma'am, of course, ma'am, we've made changes, we understand there were issues, we're committed to Harry's well-being." Petunia had served tea and biscuits and demonstrated the new bedroom and the place setting at the kitchen table and the absence of locks on any doors except the bathroom. Sandra had looked at Harry with the careful, assessing gaze of a professional who sensed that the story she was being told and the story that was actually happening were not the same story. "Are you happy here, Harry?" she'd asked, during her second visit, while Petunia hovered anxiously in the hallway. "I'm safe here," Harry had replied. "That's enough for now." She'd written that down. Harry had seen her underline it. The case wasn't going to result in Vernon's arrest. Harry had calculated this and accepted it. The evidence of past abuse was real, but it was historical: old bruises, a cupboard with a mattress, the word of a 10-year-old against a respectable suburban homeowner. Vernon would get a formal warning, mandatory parenting classes, and the enduring terror of knowing that one phone call from Harry would reopen everything. Which was exactly what Harry wanted. Not punishment. Leverage. September came. Dudley went back to school. Harry did not. This was a new development. For the past 4 years, Harry had attended the local primary school, where he'd been an unremarkable student, deliberately, carefully unremarkable, because being noticed at school meant being noticed at home, and being noticed at home meant being punished. He'd learned early to keep his head down, answer questions correctly but not brilliantly, turn in work that was good but not exceptional. Invisibility was safety. But things had changed. Harry had no interest in being invisible anymore, and he had even less interest in sitting through lessons on long division and the tutors when he could be training. He told Petunia he wasn't going back. "You have to go to school," she said, not with conviction. "I have to be educated." "That's not the same thing. I'll be going to Hogwarts in a year. Everything I need to learn is in the books I'm reading. The authorities, Sandra, if they find out you're not in school, tell them I'm being home educated. Parents have the right to withdraw children from school for home education. You don't even need permission, just a letter to the head teacher." Petunia looked at him. "You've researched this." "I've researched everything." She wrote the letter. Harry stayed home and trained. His days took on a new structure. Morning, physical training. He'd started running, too, because magical strength without physical fitness was a vulnerability, and he'd realized during his flight experiments that his body's endurance affected his magical endurance. A tired body meant less magical output. So he ran the streets of Little Whinging in the early hours, before the neighbors were up, pushing his speed with magic until the houses blurred past and the wind screamed in his ears. Mid-morning, academic study. The Hogwarts textbooks, the advanced theory books, the rise and fall of the dark arts for history, and a growing collection of materials he'd ordered by owl from Flourish and Blots. Mrs. Fig had helped him set up an account, and the deliveries came to her house to avoid questions at number 4. Afternoon, practical training. Telekinesis, transfiguration, charms, shields, flight, sensing. He pushed himself methodically, recording results, analyzing patterns, identifying weaknesses. Evening, occlumency practice and review. Then dinner with the Dursleys, because maintaining the household routine was important for the social services case and because Harry had discovered that shared meals, however awkward, were slowly wearing down the walls between them. By October, Harry could fly for 20 minutes continuously before exhaustion set in. He could lift and manipulate objects weighing up to several hundred kilograms. His shield could withstand a thrown brick. Dudley had tested this, with enthusiasm, during a weekend session that had devolved into Dudley hurling increasingly large objects at Harry's barrier while shouting, "What about this?" like an excited sports commentator. His transfiguration was progressing. He could turn a match into a needle, a stone into a mouse, briefly and imperfectly. The mouse had a tendency to revert after 30 seconds, and his own appearance in minor ways. The appearance modification was new and potentially crucial. He discovered it while experimenting with the hair growth ability. If he could make his hair grow, could he change its color? He could. And if he could change hair, could he change other features? Slowly, with intense concentration, he found he could alter his appearance in small ways. Sharpen his features, change his eye color, reduce the visibility of his scar. It wasn't true shape-shifting. The changes were cosmetic, surface level, and required sustained focus to maintain, but it was enough to walk through the wizarding world without being recognized. November brought cold weather and a discovery that changed everything. Harry was in his room, practicing magical sensing at maximum range, pushing the boundaries of his perception outward from the house, past the blood wards, into the wider world. He'd been extending his range gradually, from 15 meters in June to nearly a kilometer by November, and he was mapping the magical landscape around Little Whinging. It was mostly empty, mundane, non-magical. Mrs. Figg's house was the only persistent magical signature in the neighborhood. But tonight, pushing further than he'd gone before, reaching out past the edges of town toward the countryside beyond, he felt something. A pulse. Faint, far away, but distinctive. Not human. Not goblin. Something else, something wild and ancient and powerful, resonating at a frequency he'd never encountered. He focused on it, sharpening his perception, trying to resolve the signal. It was coming from the southwest, maybe 10 or 15 kilometers away. A patch of woodland, he thought, based on the geography he knew. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like breathing. And then it pulsed back. Harry's eyes snapped open. The connection broke. He sat in his room, his heart hammering, and processed what had just happened. Something out there, something magical, something alive, had felt him looking. And it had looked back. He should have been afraid. Mrs. Figg's warnings echoed, being different makes you a target. The Wandless magic book cautioned against extending one's senses too far, because perception was a two-way street. If you could sense something, it could often sense you. Harry wasn't afraid. He was curious. He went to bed that night with the distant pulse still faintly present at the edge of his awareness, like a heartbeat heard through a wall, and he thought about the woods to the southwest, and what might be living there, and whether it was waiting for him the way he was waiting for Hogwarts. December. January. February. The months turned, and Harry grew. Not just physically, though he was growing physically too, the regular meals and exercise and magical self-healing filling out his frame, adding height and strength, transforming him from the scrawny, underfed waif of June into something leaner and more capable. But the real growth was magical. His power deepened daily. His control refined. The nosebleeds stopped entirely. The headaches faded. The warm force behind his sternum was no longer warm, it was hot, a furnace, a barely contained sun, and he was learning to channel its output with surgical precision. He returned to Diagon Alley twice more, once in November, once in January, both times in disguise, his features subtly altered, his scar hidden. He bought more books. He observed the wizarding world. He ate at the leaky cauldron and listened to conversations and absorbed the culture of the people he'd be living among. And he kept sensing the presence in the southwestern woods. It was always there, patient, ancient, watchful. It never reached for him again after that first pulse, but it was aware of him. He was sure of it. In March, 7 months after he'd taken the cupboard, 5 months before his Hogwarts letter was due, Harry decided it was time to go and meet it. He told no one. Not Mrs. Figg, who would have worried. Not Dudley, who would have wanted to come. Not Petunia, who would have asked questions. He left at dawn, flew low over the rooftops of Little Whinging. He could sustain flight for over an hour now, fast and stable, the wind in his face and the world spread beneath him, and headed southwest. The woods were a patch of ancient forest, the kind that Surrey was slowly losing to development, old oaks and beeches, tangled undergrowth, the remnants of what had once been a much larger woodland. Harry landed at the edge, on a dirt track that ran between the trees and a farmer's field, and walked in. The magic hit him immediately. The woods were saturated with it, not the structured, intentional magic of Gringotts or Diagon Alley, but wild magic. Raw. Old. Woven into the roots and the soil and the air itself, as much a part of the forest as the trees. Every step deeper took him further from the Muggle world and closer to something primal. The presence was ahead. He could feel it clearly now, massive, patient, ancient beyond anything he'd sensed before. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't welcoming. It was simply there, the way a mountain was there, or an ocean. Harry walked for 20 minutes, following the pull of it, until he reached a clearing. The clearing was circular, ringed by oaks so old their trunks were wider than cars. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and deep, and in the center stood a stone. Not a pebble or a boulder, a standing stone, a monolith, roughly 6 feet tall, weathered and ancient, carved with symbols that Harry didn't recognize but could feel. They pulsed with magic, each one a note in a chord that resonated with the force inside him. And standing beside the stone, watching him with calm silver eyes, was a creature he'd never seen before. It was horse-shaped, roughly. But no horse had ever looked like this. Its body was lean, muscled, the color of moonlight on water, a pale, shifting silver that seemed to shimmer as it breathed. Its mane and tail were liquid, literally liquid, flowing like water in a current that didn't exist. And from its forehead, spiraling upward in a perfect helix, rose a horn of opalescent white, gleaming in the forest light. A unicorn. Standing in a clearing in Surrey, watching Harry Potter with eyes that held the weight of centuries. Harry stopped at the edge of the clearing. He didn't move. He didn't reach for his power. He just stood and looked, and the unicorn looked back, and the forest held its breath. Then the unicorn dipped its head. A bow. Not subservience, acknowledgement. One magical being recognizing another. Harry bowed back. The unicorn stepped forward. Slowly, deliberately, closing the distance between them. Harry held still as it approached, every instinct telling him that this was a moment balanced on a knife's edge, that one wrong move would shatter something irreplaceable. The unicorn stopped in front of him. Its breath was warm and smelled of rain and green things. Its eyes were depthless, ancient, intelligent in a way that had nothing to do with human intelligence and everything to do with understanding. It touched its horn to Harry's forehead. To his scar. The world went white. Not painfully, not like the scar prickling, not like the headaches from overexertion. A clean, pure white, like sunlight through crystal, and in the white, Harry felt something. A purification. A burning away of something dark, something that had been nestled in his scar for 9 years, something he'd never noticed because it had always been there, a shadow so familiar he'd mistaken it for part of himself. The white faded. The forest returned. The unicorn withdrew its horn and regarded him with those silver eyes. Harry touched his scar. It felt different. Lighter. Cleaner. The faint, constant prickling that he'd lived with his entire life, so constant that he'd stopped noticing it, was gone. "What was that?" he whispered. "What was in my scar?" The unicorn didn't speak. Unicorns probably couldn't speak, he didn't know, the textbooks hadn't covered this. But it communicated, somehow, not in words but in impressions, feelings, images. And what it communicated was, darkness. Fragment. Gone now. A fragment of darkness. In his scar. Since the night Voldemort attacked him. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort's curse had rebounded, but it hadn't just left a scar. It had left something inside him. A piece of Voldemort's magic, or Voldemort's soul, or Voldemort's something, lodged in his forehead like shrapnel from an explosion. And this unicorn had burned it out. Harry sat down on the moss, rather suddenly, because his legs weren't quite working. The unicorn stood over him, patient, waiting. "Thank you," Harry said. His voice was unsteady. "I didn't know that was there." The unicorn dipped its head again. Then it turned, walked to the standing stone, and touched its horn to the carved symbols. The symbols flared with light, golden, warm, resonant, and Harry felt a pulse of magic wash through the clearing. A gift. An opening. Like a door being unlocked that he hadn't known was there. The standing stone was a nexus. A point where the wild magic of the earth converged and concentrated. And the unicorn had just given him access to it. Harry spent the rest of the morning in the clearing. He sat with his back against the standing stone and felt the wild magic flow through him, vast and ancient and completely unlike the structured magic of wands and spells. It was raw power, the deep current that all magic came from, and it fed his own power the way a river fed a lake. When he finally stood and walked out of the forest, he felt fundamentally different. Larger. Deeper. More. He flew home over the rooftops, faster than before, the wind screaming past him, his power humming in his bones, and he thought about the fragment the unicorn had removed. A piece of Voldemort, in his scar, for 9 years. Had Dumbledore known? Was that what the monitoring charm was really watching, not Harry, but the piece of Voldemort inside him? More questions. Always more questions. But Harry was patient. The answers would come. And when they came, he would be ready. He landed in the garden of number 4 Privet Drive, walked inside, and found Dudley in the kitchen making a sandwich. "Where've you been?" Dudley asked. "You look different." "I went for a walk," Harry said. "Must have been some walk." Harry smiled. "Yeah," he said. "It was." He went upstairs to his room, closed the door, and opened the notebook to a fresh page. He wrote, "The scar contained a fragment of Voldemort's magic/soul. Removed by unicorn at Standing Stone Nexus, Southwestern Woods. Scar no longer prickles. Sensing ability significantly enhanced. Power output increased, estimate 40 to 50%. Wild magic exposure may have permanently elevated baseline capacity." He paused. Then he added, "Does Dumbledore know about the fragment? If so, why was it left there for 9 years? If not, what else doesn't he know?" He closed the notebook. 5 months until Hogwarts. Harry Potter was almost ready. Chapter 4. The letter from Lily Spring came to Little Whinging the way spring always came to Little Whinging, cautiously, politely, with neatly budding trees and precisely timed daffodils, as if even the seasons felt the need to conform to Privet Drive's expectations. April warmed the air and lengthened the days, and Harry marked the change the way he marked everything now, as a countdown. 4 months until July 31st. 4 months until his 11th birthday. 4 months until the letter. He was ready. Or close to it. The gap between where he'd been in June, a bruised, underfed boy who could wobble a dust mote, and where he was now defied any reasonable curve of progress. He'd burned through the first-year Hogwarts curriculum in its entirety, mastering wandlessly what students would spend a year learning with wands. His transfiguration was clean and stable, he could turn a stone into a living mouse that stayed a mouse, could reshape wood and metal and fabric with a thought, could alter his own appearance for hours at a time without strain. His charms work was precise, locking, unlocking, levitating, summoning, banishing, shielding. His theoretical knowledge of potions was comprehensive, though he lacked the ingredients and equipment to practice. His understanding of magical creatures, herbology, and astronomy was textbook solid. But the textbook stuff was the floor, not the ceiling. Harry's real power lay in the areas no first-year curriculum touched. His shields could withstand sustained physical force. He'd tested them against everything from thrown rocks to a garden spade swung at full strength by Dudley, who had developed an unsettling enthusiasm for stress-testing Harry's defenses. They were opaque to magical sensing, which meant he could shield his own magical signature, rendering himself effectively invisible to anyone scanning for him. The monitoring charm on his person still transmitted, he'd left it intact deliberately, but everything else about him was hidden behind a wall of focused intent. His flight had become second nature. He could sustain it for hours, reaching speeds that turned the landscape below into a watercolor smear. He flew at night, mostly, over the sleeping suburbs, over the countryside, over the dark patchwork of England, and the freedom of it never got old. The cupboard was a memory now, but Harry never forgot it. He flew because he could. Because nobody could stop him. Because the sky was the opposite of a locked door. His combat ability was untested against another wizard, but formidable in theory. He could project force in concentrated bursts, kinetic blasts that cracked concrete and bent metal. He could manipulate the environment, ripping up ground, redirecting projectiles, creating barriers from available materials. He could sense hostile intent through his expanded perception, which gave him a warning system that was effectively precognitive. He knew someone meant to attack before they moved. And then there was the wild magic. He'd returned to the Standing Stone 6 times since the first visit. Each time, the unicorn was there. Each time, it touched its horn to the nexus and opened the channel, and Harry sat and drank in the deep current of raw power that flowed through the earth. The wild magic didn't give him new abilities, it expanded the ones he had. Like a river widening, deepening, the banks pulling back to allow more flow. After each session, his limits were higher, his recovery faster, his control finer. The unicorn never spoke. It communicated in impressions, emotions, images. Harry learned its name, not a word, a feeling, like the sound of wind through old trees. He learned it was old, older than the forest, possibly older than the Standing Stone itself. He learned it had been waiting for him. Not specifically for Harry Potter, for someone like him. A wizard who could touch the wild magic. They were rare, and they were getting rarer, and the unicorn had been waiting for a very long time. Harry didn't fully understand what this meant. But he understood that the wild magic was important, that it was a layer beneath the structured magic of wands and spells, and that having access to it gave him a foundation that most wizards didn't even know existed. He understood something else, too. The fragment the unicorn had removed from his scar, that piece of Voldemort, had been affecting him. Not controlling him, not influencing his thoughts, but dampening his magic. Like a parasite, feeding on his power, siphoning energy that should have been his. Without it, his magical growth had accelerated dramatically. The power that had been leaking away for 9 years was now fully his, and it was growing without constraint. Harry wondered, sometimes, if Dumbledore had known about the fragment. If leaving it there had been deliberate. If the monitoring charm had been watching the fragment, not Harry. If the cupboard, the starvation, the abuse, if all of it had been calculated to keep Harry weak, to keep the fragment contained, to maintain some kind of balance that Harry's liberation had now disrupted. He had no proof. Only questions and the cold, logical architecture of a theory that made too much sense to dismiss. On a Tuesday in late April, Harry came home from Mrs. Figg's to find Petunia sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea she wasn't drinking and an expression he hadn't seen before. Not afraid, not hostile, not the careful blankness she'd worn for the past 10 months. Something else. Something that looked almost like resolve. "Sit down, Harry," she said. He sat. The kitchen was quiet, Vernon at work, Dudley at school. The clock ticked. A bird sang outside the window. "I've been thinking," Petunia said. "About your mother's letter." "Which part?" "The part about not letting them use you." She met his eyes. "I failed her. I know that. I failed Lily, and I failed you, and I've been failing you for 9 years because I was angry and frightened and jealous, and none of those are excuses, they're the truth. Harry waited. But I'm not going to fail her on this. She asked me to tell you what I know, and there are things I know that I haven't told you. Things I was too afraid to say because saying them made her world real, and I've spent 20 years trying to pretend that world doesn't exist. She took a breath. Her hands were flat on the table, pressed down hard, as if she needed the solidity of it. The night Dumbledore left you on our doorstep, Petunia said, he left a letter. You know about that. But he also came back. 3 days later. He came to the house, sat where you're sitting, and talked to me for an hour. This was new. Harry leaned forward slightly. He told me about the blood protection. He told me that as long as you lived here, as long as you called this place home, the protection would hold. He told me that your mother's sacrifice had created something ancient and powerful, and that I was the anchor for it because I was her blood. You've told me this. I haven't told you what he said next. Petunia's jaw tightened. He told me about the prophecy. The word dropped into the kitchen like a stone into still water. He said there was a prophecy about you and the Dark Lord. Made before you were born. He said the prophecy was the reason Voldemort targeted your parents. He said the prophecy was the reason you survived. What did it say? He didn't tell me all of it. He said it was too dangerous for me to know the full text. But he told me the core of it. Petunia's voice was barely above a whisper now. He said, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That's you, Harry. Born July 31st, born to James and Lily, who defied Voldemort 3 times. Harry sat with this. The words settled into the framework he'd been building for months, clicking into place with a precision that felt less like surprise and more like confirmation. A prophecy. He was prophesied to vanquish Voldemort. Not just survive him, defeat him. That was why Voldemort had come for his family. That was why Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys. That was why everything. There's more, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore said, he said the prophecy also said that the Dark Lord would mark the one as his equal. Your scar, Harry. That's the mark. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was smooth, painless, empty, the fragment gone, purified. But the mark remained. The prophecy's stamp. And? Harry pressed. What else did Dumbledore say? He said, Petunia closed her eyes. He said that neither could live while the other survives. The kitchen was very quiet. Neither can live while the other survives. So it was a death sentence. For Harry or for Voldemort, one of them had to kill the other. There was no option C, no peaceful resolution, no growing old and forgetting about it. The prophecy demanded a conclusion, and the conclusion was blood. Harry had expected something like this. Not the specifics, he couldn't have predicted the exact wording, but the shape of it. Voldemort had killed his parents and tried to kill him, and the scar had contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, and the wizarding world called him the boy who lived. That narrative didn't end with, and then he grew up and got a nice job at the ministry. It ended with confrontation. With finality. Does Dumbledore think Voldemort is dead? Harry asked. Petunia shook her head. He told me, that night, when you were a baby, he told me Voldemort would return. He said it wasn't a question of if, but when. He said the blood protection would buy time, and that when the time came, you would need to be ready. And then he put me in a cupboard. The words hung between them. Petunia flinched. He didn't, he told me to care for you. He didn't say, he didn't check. He put the most important child in the wizarding world on a doorstep in November, wrote a letter, and walked away. He came back 3 days later to explain the rules to you, and then he left a squib to watch me, and in 9 years, he never once came to see if I was being treated like a human being. Petunia said nothing. There was nothing to say. What else, Petunia? You said there were things. Plural. There's one more thing. She stood up, left the kitchen, and went upstairs. Harry heard her in the master bedroom, opening and closing drawers. She came back carrying something, a folded cloth, dark fabric, shimmering slightly. She placed it on the table. This was with the letter. Dumbledore's letter. He said it belonged to your father, and that he was returning it to you. Harry unfolded the cloth. It was a cloak, a full-length cloak made of material that flowed like water through his fingers, silvery and iridescent, almost alive with magic. His senses lit up the moment he touched it. The cloak was saturated with power, not the structured magic of a charm, but something older and deeper, something that resonated with the wild magic he'd touched at the Standing Stone. He threw it over his shoulders. Where'd you go? Dudley said from the kitchen doorway. Harry looked down. He couldn't see himself. His body, his clothes, his hands, gone. He was invisible. I'm right here, Dudley. Dudley wasn't supposed to be home for another hour. Harry checked the clock and realized he'd been talking to Petunia longer than he thought. Dudley's eyes went round. I can hear you but I can't, Harry, where? Harry pulled the cloak off. He reappeared, standing at the table, holding a cascade of silver fabric. An invisibility cloak, Harry said softly. He'd read about them in the Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, rare magical artifacts that rendered the wearer completely invisible. Most were imperfect, fading over time, or failing to conceal the wearer from certain detection spells. But this one, Harry's senses couldn't find a flaw. It was perfect. Complete. The kind of artifact that shouldn't exist. This was my father's, Harry said. Dumbledore said he borrowed it shortly before your parents died, Petunia said. He said he was returning it to its rightful owner. Borrowed it. Before the Potters went into hiding. Before the attack. Dumbledore had taken James Potter's invisibility cloak, the kind of artifact that could have helped a family hide from a Dark Lord, shortly before they were murdered. Harry folded the cloak carefully. He ran the fabric between his fingers, feeling the magic in it, feeling the echo of his father's hands in the weave. James Potter had worn this. Had wrapped it around himself and walked unseen through Hogwarts, through the war, through the life that had been cut short. Thank you, Petunia, Harry said. For all of it. The information, the cloak, the truth. She nodded. Her eyes were bright, but she didn't cry. Dursleys didn't cry. But she wasn't being a Dursley right now. She was being Lily's sister, for maybe the first time in 20 years. Your mother would be proud of you, she said. Then she picked up her cold tea, poured it down the sink, and began making a fresh cup with the focused efficiency of a woman who needed to do something normal before she fell apart. Harry took the cloak upstairs to his room. He sat on his bed and held it and thought. The prophecy changed things. Not because it told him anything he didn't already suspect, he'd known, on some level, since reading about Voldemort, that this wasn't over, but because it crystallized the shape of his future. Voldemort would return. Harry would have to face him. One of them would die. So be it. Harry had spent 9 years in a cupboard. He'd been beaten, starved, dehumanized, caged. He'd clawed his way out through sheer force of will and power and patience. If the universe wanted to throw a Dark Lord at him, fine. He'd been preparing for a fight his whole life. The only thing that changed now was that he knew his opponent's name. He put the cloak in the box under his bed, next to his mother's letter and the photograph and the black stone. Then he opened his notebook and wrote the prophecy down, word for word, in the neat handwriting he'd developed during months of record-keeping. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Neither can live while the other survives. Below it, he wrote, Dumbledore told Petunia the core of the prophecy. This implies there's more. What did he leave out? And why? And below that, Dumbledore has had 9 years to prepare me for this. He chose not to. He chose a cupboard and ignorance. Why? May arrived with a heatwave that turned Little Whinging into a furnace. The gardens wilted, the tarmac softened, and the Dursleys retreated into the air-conditioned sanctuary of the living room with the curtains drawn, emerging only for meals and, in Vernon's case, the commute to Grunnings. Harry barely noticed the heat. He was deep in the final phase of his preparation, and the heat was just another variable to manage, another sensation to filter out while he worked. He'd reorganized his training around the prophecy. Everything was sharper now, more focused, oriented toward a specific goal, being ready to face the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. The abstract had become concrete. The general had become specific. His combat training intensified. He practiced against targets he created himself, transfigured dummies, animated to move and dodge, crude approximations of an opponent that were nonetheless useful for developing reaction speed and accuracy. He drilled force projection until he could throw a punch of kinetic energy that hit with the precision of a rifle and the power of a battering ram. He drilled shields until they were reflexive, springing into existence at the first whisper of hostile intent. He drilled environmental manipulation, ripping up the ground, creating barriers, redirecting projectiles, until the garden looked like a construction site and Petunia stopped coming outside entirely. He practiced with the invisibility cloak. It was useful, more than useful, it was extraordinary, but he didn't want to depend on it. He was already developing his own version of concealment, a combination of his magical signature suppression, his appearance alteration, and a new trick he discovered, a notice me not effect, similar to the one on the leaky cauldron, that made people's attention slide off him like water off glass. It wasn't true invisibility, but it was close, and it was his, generated by his own power, not dependent on an artifact he could lose. He studied the dark arts. Not to practice them, the textbooks were clear about the dangers, and Harry had no interest in soul-corrupting magic, but to understand them. The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection was a starting point. He supplemented it with Confronting the Faceless, a more advanced text on defensive strategy, and Curses and Counter-Curses by Vindictus Viridian, which described the mechanics of offensive dark magic in enough detail to understand how to defend against it. The Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, was the one that mattered most. It was the curse that had killed his parents. It was the curse that had scarred him. And according to every text he could find, it was unblockable by magical shields. No charm, no ward, no barrier could stop it. Only physical objects, walls, rubble, another person's body, could intercept it. Harry spent a week thinking about this. The Killing Curse was unblockable by conventional magical shields, shields generated by wand-based charms, using structured magic. But Harry's shields weren't conventional. They were wandless, generated by raw force, powered by a combination of structured magic and wild magic that no textbook described because no living wizard was doing what Harry was doing. Could he block the Killing Curse? He had no way to test it. And he wasn't interested in finding out the hard way. But he filed the question under critical unknowns and continued to strengthen his shields, pushing their density, their responsiveness, their power, until they felt less like barriers and more like extensions of his will, walls of pure intent that existed because he demanded they exist. The black stone from Petunia's box remained a mystery. Harry had studied it, sensed it, meditated with it. It amplified his magical perception, that much was clear. When he held it, his sensing range doubled and his resolution sharpened. But its nature eluded him. It wasn't a wand, wasn't a charm focus, wasn't anything described in his books. It was old, older than the invisibility cloak, possibly older than the standing stone in the forest. Its magic was deep and patient and faintly familiar, as if it resonated with something inside Harry that he couldn't quite identify. He asked Mrs. Figg about it. She didn't recognize it. He described it to Griphook during a brief visit to Gringotts in late May. Griphook's eyes had narrowed. You say it amplifies perception, the goblin had said carefully. And it was left by Dumbledore. With a baby. On a doorstep. Yes. Mr. Potter, I am not an expert in wizarding artifacts. But I would suggest that if Albus Dumbledore left an object with you, the most famous child in the wizarding world, the subject of a prophecy, the target of a Dark Lord, it was not a casual gesture. He left it for a reason. What reason? That, Griphook said, is the question. Harry pocketed the stone and left Gringotts with more questions than answers. He was getting used to that. The rebellion came on a Saturday morning in late May, and it was Vernon who started it. Harry should have seen it coming. The social services case had been downgraded to monitoring. Sandra Cooper visited once a month now, found everything satisfactory, wrote her reports, and moved on. The immediate threat of prosecution had faded. And with the threat fading, Vernon's compliance was eroding. He'd been testing boundaries for weeks. Small things, a snide comment at dinner, a deliberate refusal to pass the salt, a door slammed hard enough to make the walls shake. He was rebuilding his identity, reclaiming his authority, reminding himself that he was Vernon Dursley, master of this house, and no child was going to keep him cowed forever. Harry had let it slide. The small provocations weren't worth responding to, and he had more important things on his mind. But on Saturday morning, Vernon escalated. Harry was in the kitchen, eating breakfast, reading, confronting the faceless propped against the milk jug. Vernon came downstairs in his weekend clothes, golf shirt, chinos, an expression of manufactured casualness that immediately put Harry on alert. "I've been thinking," Vernon said, pouring himself coffee. He didn't sit down. He stood at the counter, cup in hand, looking at Harry with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing. "About the situation." "What situation?" "This." Vernon gestured at the kitchen, at Harry, at the book, at everything. "This arrangement. It's been almost a year, and I've been patient, you've been obedient," Harry corrected. "There's a difference." Vernon's neck reddened. "I've been cooperative. Because you threatened my family. Because you've got this thing you can do. But I've had time to think, and I've realized something." Harry closed his book. "I'm listening." "You're 10 years old. You're a child. And no matter what tricks you can do, you're still a child living in my house, and the law says I'm responsible for you, and there are limits to what you can." "Vernon," Harry said. "Where is this going?" Vernon set his coffee down. "I've spoken to someone. A man, a professional. Someone who deals with unusual situations." Harry's senses sharpened. He reached out, feeling the house, the street, the surrounding area. Normal. No magical signatures. No unusual presences. Just the steady hum of Privet Drive on a Saturday morning. What kind of professional? A private investigator. Former military. He specializes in difficult children. Children with behavioral problems. Vernon's voice was gaining confidence, the way it always did when he felt he had the upper hand. "I've described your situation. Not the specifics. Just that you're violent, unpredictable, a danger to yourself and others. He has contacts. Institutions. Places for children like you." Harry looked at Vernon Dursley, this large, red-faced, frightened, stubborn man who simply could not accept the new order, who kept throwing himself against the wall of Harry's power like a bull charging a mountain, and felt something that surprised him. Not anger. Pity. "Vernon," he said quietly. "You tried the police. That didn't work. You tried social services. That didn't work. And now you've hired a private investigator to try to have me institutionalized." "He's coming today," Vernon said. "At noon. To assess the situation. And when he does, what?" Harry stood. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't summon his power. He just stood, a nearly 11-year-old boy in a kitchen, looking at his uncle with an expression of patient, exhausted clarity. What do you think happens, Vernon? He walks in, he sees a healthy, well-spoken child in a clean house, and he, what? Drags me away in a straitjacket. Calls in a SWAT team. He'll see that you're not normal, he'll see a child. That's all. Because that's all I'll show him. And then he'll leave, and he'll tell you he can't help, and you'll have spent however much money you spent on his fee for nothing. Again. Vernon's jaw worked. The red had spread from his neck to his face. Or, Harry continued, I could show him what I can do. I could float his car. I could rearrange his office from across the room. I could demonstrate, in vivid and undeniable detail, that the thing you've been calling freakishness is real and powerful and permanent. And then you'd have a stranger out there who knows your secret. Is that what you want? It wasn't. The blood drained from Vernon's face as the implication landed. Cancel it, Harry said. Call him now and cancel it. Tell him the situation's resolved. And then sit down and drink your coffee and accept that this is your life now. Vernon didn't move. His hands were fists at his sides, the knuckles white. I can't live like this, Vernon said, and his voice cracked. Not with anger. With something rawer and more honest. I can't live in my own house being managed by a child. Being afraid. Every day, sitting at that table, eating food across from you, knowing that you could, that at any moment, I've never hurt you, Harry said. In 10 months, I've never hurt you. I've never hurt Petunia. I've never hurt Dudley. I pushed you into a chair one time, on one night, and since then I have done nothing to any of you except insist on being treated with basic dignity. You humiliated me, you beat me. For years. Harry's voice hardened, just slightly, just enough. You broke my ribs. You left bruises on a child. You locked me in a cupboard and forgot I existed. And you think you've been humiliated? You think being asked to share a dinner table with your nephew is suffering? Vernon flinched. His mouth opened and closed. Cancel the investigator, Harry said again. This is the last time I'm going to clean up one of your messes, Vernon. The next time you try something, I won't just counter it. I'll end it. Permanently. Not with violence, I don't do violence. But there are worse things than violence. I could sell this house out from under you, I have more money than you do, did you know that? I could contact your employer and describe what you did to your nephew. I could make sure every person on this street, every person at your golf club, every person you've ever tried to impress knows exactly what kind of man you are. He paused. Let it land. Or we could just live our lives. Peacefully. Like I've been asking from the start. Vernon stood in the kitchen, deflating. It happened in stages, the fists unclenching, the shoulders dropping, the red draining from his face until he was gray and exhausted and old. For the first time, Harry saw Vernon Dursley as what he truly was beneath the bluster, a frightened, ordinary man in an extraordinary situation, completely out of his depth, drowning in slow motion. I'll cancel it, Vernon said. Thank you. Vernon picked up his coffee. He walked to the kitchen door, stopped, and said, without turning around, I'm not a bad man. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the dark. About the sound of the lock clicking shut from the outside, night after night after night. No, he said. You're a weak man. That's worse, in some ways. But it doesn't have to be permanent. Vernon left. Harry heard him in the hallway, picking up the telephone, dialing. A brief, mumbled conversation. The sound of the phone being hung up. Harry sat back down, opened his book, and continued reading. June. The days were long now, the sun setting late, the evenings warm and slow. Privet Drive hummed with the sounds of summer, lawnmowers, ice cream vans, children playing in gardens, the distant thrum of traffic on the motorway. Harry spent the first week of June at the Standing Stone. He told Petunia he'd be gone for a few days. She didn't ask where, they'd evolved past that. She simply nodded and said she'd keep his room clean. Dudley looked worried and made Harry promise to come back, which was a thing Harry would not have predicted a year ago. He flew to the forest at dawn on a Monday and didn't leave until Thursday evening. The unicorn was waiting. It led him deeper into the woods, past the Standing Stone, into a part of the forest that Harry's senses told him shouldn't exist. It was larger on the inside than the outside, the trees older, the air thicker with magic. A space folded into the landscape, hidden from the Muggle world, possibly hidden from the Wizarding world too. In this hidden heart of the forest, there were more standing stones. A circle of them, 12 in total, each carved with different symbols, each pulsing with a different frequency of wild magic. The nexus Harry had been visiting was a single point. This was a network. A system. 12 stones arranged in a circle around a depression in the earth that glowed faintly gold, as if the ground itself were lit from beneath. Harry stepped into the circle and the world changed. The wild magic rose around him like a tide. Not the gentle current of the single stone, this was a flood, a deluge, a roaring torrent of raw power that poured into him through every point of contact. His skin, his bones, his blood, his scar, the force behind his sternum, everything blazed. He couldn't see, couldn't think, couldn't do anything except stand in the center of the circle and let the magic remake him. It lasted minutes or hours, he couldn't tell. Time didn't work properly in the circle. The sun moved across the sky in jerks and stutters, and the shadows of the stones swept around him like the hands of a clock. When it stopped, Harry was on his knees in the center of the circle, his hands pressed flat on the glowing ground, his whole body vibrating with power that had no analog, no comparison, no name. The unicorn stood at the edge of the circle, watching him with its silver eyes, and even it, an ancient, magical creature of immense power, seemed awed. Harry stood up. Slowly. Everything felt different. His senses were, he couldn't describe it. He could feel the entire forest. Every tree, every creature, every molecule of air, every particle of earth. He could feel the ley lines, the channels of wild magic running through the ground, connecting nexus to nexus across the landscape like the nervous system of the earth. He could feel Privet Drive, 20 kilometers away, the blood wards pulsing. He could feel London, a vast, shimmering concentration of magical activity on the edge of his awareness. He could feel Hogwarts. Far to the north, a blazing beacon of structured magic overlaid on a foundation of wild magic so old and so deep that it made the Standing Stone circle feel like a candle next to a bonfire. Hogwarts was built on a nexus. The biggest nexus Harry could sense. A convergence of ley lines so powerful that the castle itself was alive with it. He raised his hand and looked at it. His palm was glowing. A soft, golden light, emanating from his skin, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He watched it fade over the course of about 30 seconds, the light sinking back into his flesh, absorbed, integrated. The unicorn approached. It touched its horn to his hand, very gently. An impression flowed through the contact, ready now. You are ready. Harry spent the remaining days in the forest testing his new limits. They had expanded beyond anything he could have predicted. His telekinesis, if it could even still be called that, when the force he was wielding felt less like a physical push and more like a fundamental restructuring of reality, could move objects weighing tons. His shields were walls of force so dense they distorted light, shimmering in the air like heat haze. His flight was effortless, he rose from the ground with no more exertion than standing up, and his speed made his previous best feel like walking. His sensing was the most dramatic change. He could feel everything. Not just magic, life. The heartbeat of a deer 2 miles away. The growth of roots beneath the soil. The slow respiration of the trees around him, drawing water from the earth and breathing oxygen into the air. He was connected to the living world in a way that went beyond magic, beyond any framework he had for understanding it. He was careful with this. Power without control was destruction, and Harry had no interest in destruction. He spent hours in the forest practicing containment, pulling his expanded abilities back in, compressing them, learning to operate at normal levels instead of maximum capacity. Like a man who'd been given the strength of a giant, learning to shake hands without crushing fingers. By Thursday, he had himself under control. He flew home at dusk, landing in the garden as the streetlights came on, and found Dudley sitting on the patio with a packet of crisps and a look of relief. "Thought you'd gone for good," Dudley said. "Not yet," Harry said. "How's everything been?" "Normal. Boring. Dad's been weird, quieter. Mom made a roast on Tuesday. She set your place." Dudley paused. "She always sets your place now, even when you're not here." Harry sat down in the patio chair beside Dudley. The evening was warm, the sky fading from blue to amber. The garden was scarred from months of training, patched cracks, regrown grass, a rose bush that bloomed extravagantly year-round because Harry had permanently altered its growing cycle. "Things are going to change soon," Harry said. "I'm going to get a letter, on my birthday. From a school. A school for people like me. The magic school. You told me about it. Hogwarts. I'll be leaving in September." Dudley was quiet for a moment, crunching crisps. "For how long?" "The school year. September to June. I'll be back for summers. So I'll be on my own. You'll have your parents." "Yeah." Dudley ate another crisp. "Not the same, though." Harry looked at his cousin. Dudley Dursley, formerly his tormentor, currently his unlikely ally, possibly the closest thing he had to a friend. The transformation wasn't complete. Dudley was still spoiled, still lazy, still possessed of a worldview shaped by years of Vernon and Petunia's particular brand of small-minded cruelty. But he was better. Measurably, demonstrably better. He was kind to Harry. He was curious instead of fearful. He'd lost a little weight, inspired, improbably, by Harry's physical training. Dudley had started running in the mornings, huffing and red-faced around the block while Harry flew over rooftops at 70 miles an hour. "All right," Harry said. "They have owls that deliver post." "Owls?" "Owl post. It's a wizard thing. That's mental. Most of the wizard world is mental. You'd love it." Dudley grinned. It was a real grin, not the mean, piggy smirk Harry had known for years. It transformed his face, made him look younger, kinder, like the boy he might have been if his parents had raised him differently. "Harry," Dudley said. "Are you going to be okay? At this school? With the Dark Lord thing?" Harry hadn't told Dudley about the prophecy. But Dudley had ears, and the walls of number 4 were thin, and Dudley wasn't as stupid as everyone assumed. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm going to be okay. Promise?" "Promise." They sat in the garden as the stars came out, and Harry thought about promises, and about the boy he'd been a year ago, and about the boy he was now, and about the distance between the two that could not be measured in any unit that existed. July came, and with it, the final stretch. Harry's preparations were complete. His training was as advanced as he could make it without an actual opponent. His knowledge was comprehensive. His finances were in order. He'd made 3 more trips to Gringotts, consolidating his understanding of his assets, building his relationship with Griphook, establishing himself as a client who was informed, capable, and not to be patronized. He'd read everything. The entire first-year curriculum. Advanced texts on wandless magic, occlumency, defensive strategy, wizarding law, wizarding history, magical theory. He'd read about Dumbledore, his defeat of Grindelwald, his rise to prominence, his many titles and honors. He'd read about the Wisengamot, the ministry, the political landscape of wizarding Britain. He'd read about the old families, the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges, the Longbottoms, and the web of alliances and enmities that defined pureblood society. He'd even read about himself. The boy who lived. There were children's books about him, picture books showing a cartoon baby with a lightning bolt scar defeating a shadow monster. The irony was so thick he could taste it. The wizarding world had turned his parents' murder into a bedtime story. On July 30th, the day before his birthday, Harry sat in his room and reviewed his mental checklist. Identity, secured. He knew who he was, where he came from, and what was expected of him. He'd processed the prophecy, the scar, the fragment, the war. None of it controlled him. All of it informed him. Power, ready. His wandless magic was beyond anything the textbooks described as possible. He could fight, fly, shield, sense, transform, conceal, and heal. He had access to wild magic that gave him a foundation no other wizard possessed. He was, by any objective measure, extraordinarily powerful, and he was 10 years old, untrained by formal standards, with his potential largely unexplored. Resources, established. Money in Gringotts. The invisibility cloak. The black stone. Mrs. Fig's support. Griphook's professional alliance. A home base at Privet Drive, however imperfect. And Dudley, a connection to the Muggle world, a reminder of where he'd come from and what he'd overcome. Knowledge, extensive but incomplete. He knew about the prophecy, but not its full text. He knew about Voldemort, but not his current state or location. He knew about Dumbledore, but not his ultimate plan. He knew about Sirius Black, but not the truth of his alleged betrayal. He knew about his parents, but there were gaps that Hogwarts might fill. Vulnerabilities, acknowledged. He was still a child, physically smaller and weaker than most adults, legally a minor, socially unknown in the wizarding world. His wandless magic was powerful but untested against an actual wizard in combat. His occlumency was self-taught and unverified. And Dumbledore was the great unknown. Ally, manipulator, or something in between, the man who had orchestrated Harry's placement, monitored his movements, and failed to protect him from abuse. Harry couldn't predict what Dumbledore would do when they finally met. He closed the notebook and put it in the box under his bed, with the letter and the photograph and the stone and the cloak. Then he went to bed. Tomorrow, he turned 11. Tomorrow, the letter would come. He fell asleep quickly, deeply, dreamlessly, the sleep of someone who had done everything they could and was ready for what came next. He woke at midnight to the sound of owls. Not one owl. Not two. Dozens. Harry's senses registered them before he opened his eyes, a flock of magical presences converging on number 4 Privet Drive, approaching from all directions, each one carrying a small, concentrated charge of magical energy. Letters. Enchanted letters, borne by enchanted owls, descending on the house like a feathered bombardment. Harry opened his eyes. Through the window, silhouetted against the full moon, owls were arriving. They perched on the roof, on the gutters, on the fence, on the Dursleys' car. They hooted and shuffled and ruffled their feathers, and each one carried a letter in its beak or its talons, a letter addressed, Harry knew, to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He smiled. He went to the window and opened it. The nearest owl, a handsome tawny, hopped onto the sill and extended its leg. Harry untied the letter. The envelope was thick, made of heavy parchment, sealed with a wax crest showing a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding the letter H. He didn't open it. He didn't need to. He knew what it said. He'd known for months. The letter was a formality, an invitation, a tradition. It wasn't going to tell him anything he didn't already know. But he held it in his hands, feeling the magic in the parchment, the enchantment that ensured delivery, the ancient charm that had been sending these letters to 11-year-old witches and wizards for 1,000 years. He held it and felt the weight of it, not the physical weight, which was negligible, but the symbolic weight. The threshold. The door opening. 11 years old. The Hogwarts letter. The beginning of the next chapter. Harry Potter stood at his window, surrounded by owls, holding his letter, and felt ready. Not anxious. Not excited. Not afraid. Ready.